Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by this year's second annual Yule log celebration. There may not be much on the screen right now, but just let me have a moment, stoke the fire, and I'll be right with you. Today, we're raising money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, an invaluable resource dedicated to researching, treating, and eliminating as many sources of childhood fatality as we can in the world. They boast a very responsible 82% of their total funding going directly towards the treatment of their patients, research of various pathogens, cancers, diseases leading to childhood mortality, and updating all of their facilities to accommodate as many people as possible. I can't think of a better charity to support right now than taking care of some kids who need as good of a holiday as they can get. So, if you have the time, if you have the money, if you have the space in your heart, please feel free to donate to our charity. You should see right next to the chat right there. This will be open for the entirety of the time of today's stream. Joining us today will be a handful of guests who've decided to submit various bits of content to entertain you today. But for the most part, we'll be having a gentle time with a virtual fireplace. I hope that this brings you a little bit of warmth during these cold and busy holiday days, and that you have yourself a very good day. And if you'll excuse me, let's strike up the match.
The following is an excerpt from Brandon Sanderson's Rhythm of War. There is an inn that you cannot find on your own. You must stumble across it on a misty street late at night, lost and uncertain in a strange city. The door has a wheel on it, but the sign bears no name. If you find the place and wander inside, you'll meet a young man behind the bar. He has no name. He cannot tell it to you should he want to. It's been taken from him. But he'll know you, as he knows everyone who enters the inn. He'll listen to everything you want to tell him, and you will want to talk to him. And if you ask him for a story, he'll share one, like he shared with me. I will now share it with you. This story is a meaningless one. You must not search for a moral. It isn't that kind of story, you see. It's the other kind of story. This story is called The Dog and the Dragon. The dragon was a brilliant, pearlescent color, with silver running along the contours of its body. One day, the dog saw this dragon flying overhead. The dog marveled, as one might expect. He had never seen anything so majestic or grand. The dragon soared in the sky, shimmering with iridescent colors in the sunlight. When it curved around and passed over the dog, it called out a mighty challenge, demanding in the human tongue that all acknowledge its beauty. The dog watched from atop a hill. Now, he wasn't particularly large, even for a dog. He was white with brown spots and floppy ears, not of any specific breed or lineage, and small enough that the other dogs often mocked him. He was a common variety of a common species of a common animal that most people would rightfully ignore. But when this dog stared at the dragon and heard the mighty boast, he came to a realization. Today, he had encountered something he'd always wished for but never known. Today he'd seen perfection, and had been presented with a goal. From today, nothing else mattered. He was going to become a dragon. The dog sat upon that hilltop through the entire day and night, staring, thinking, dreaming. Finally, he returned to the farm where he lived among others of his kind. These farm dogs all had jobs, chasing livestock or guarding the perimeter, but he, as the smallest, was seldom given any duty. Perhaps to another this would be liberating. To him it had always been humiliating. As any problem to overcome is merely a set of smaller problems to overcome in sequence, he divided his goal of becoming a dragon into 3 steps. First, he would find a way to have colorful scales like the dragon. Second, he would learn to speak the language of men like the dragon. And third, he would learn to fly like the dragon. The dog chose the scales first, as it seemed the easiest, and he wanted to begin his transformation with an early victory. He knew the farmer owned many seeds in a variety of colors, and they were the shape of little scales. Because he was not a thief, the dog did not take these, but he asked the other animals where the farmer obtained new ones. It turns out the farmer could make seeds by putting them in the ground, waiting for the plants to grow, then taking the seeds from the stalks. Knowing this, the dog borrowed some seeds and did the same, accompanying the farmer's eldest son on his daily work. As the youth worked, The dog moved alongside him, digging holes for seeds with his paws and planting them carefully with his mouth. It was an amusing scene watching the dog work. The farmer's eldest son found the dog's actions quite amusing, then incredible, as the dog went out each day, gripping a watering can in its teeth. The little dog watered each seed, just as the farmer did. He learned to weed and fertilize, and eventually the dog was rewarded with his own small crop of colorful seeds. After replacing what he'd borrowed from the farmer, the dog got himself wet and rolled in his seeds, sticking them all over his body. He then presented himself to the other dogs. "Do you admire my wonderful new scales?" he asked his fellow animals. "Do I not look like a dragon?" They, in turn, laughed at him. "Those are not scales," they said. "You look stupid and silly. Go back to being a dog." The dog slunk away, feeling foolish and hurt. He had failed at his first task, to have scales like a dragon. The dog, however, was not daunted. Surely if he could speak with the grand voice of the dragon, they would see. And so the dragon spent his free time watching the children of the farmer. There were 3. The eldest son, who helped in the fields, the middle daughter, who helped with working the yard, the farmer's wife, who was taller than the farmer. There were 3. The eldest son, who helped in the fields, the middle daughter, who helped with the animals, and the toddler, who was too young to help, but was learning to speak. They were all working in the yard. The farmer's wife, who was taller than the farmer, a youth, lanky and assiduous, a daughter who would someday share her mother's height, and a baby who toddled around the yard, tended by them all as they did their chores. Anyway, the dog figured that the best way to learn the language of men was to study their youngest child. So the dog played with the baby, stayed with him, and listened as he began to form words. The dog played with the daughter too, helping her with yard work. He soon found he could understand her if he tried hard, but he couldn't form words. He tried so hard to speak as they did, but his mouth could not make that kind of speech. His tongue did not work like a human tongue. Eventually, while watching the tall and serious daughter, he noticed she could make the words of humans on paper. The dog was overjoyed by this. It was a way to speak without having a human tongue. The dog joined her at the table where she studied, inspecting the letters as she made them. He failed many times, but eventually learned to scratch the letters in the dirt himself. The farmer and his family thought this an amazing trick. The dog was sure he had found a way to prove he was becoming a dragon. He returned to the other dogs in the field and showed them his writing ability by writing their names in the dirt. They, however, could not read the words. When the dog explained what writing was, they laughed. "That is not the loud and majestic voice of a dragon," the dog said. "This is speaking so quietly nobody can hear it. You look silly and stupid. Go back to being a dog." They left the dog to stare at his writing as rain began to fall, washing the words away. He realized they were correct. He had failed to speak with the proud and powerful voice of the dragon. But there was still hope if the dog could just fly. If he could achieve this feat, the dogs would have to acknowledge his transformation. This task seemed even harder than the previous 2. However, the dog had been curious about a device in the barn. The farmer would tie bales of hay with a rope, then raise and lower them with a pulley in the rafters. This was essentially flying, was it not? The bales of hay soared in the air. And so the dog practiced pulling on the rope himself and learned the mechanics of the device. He found that the pulley could be balanced with a weight on the other side, which made the bales of hay lower, slowly and safely. The dog took his leash and tied it around him to make a harness, like the ones that wrapped up the hay. Then he tied a sack slightly lighter than he was to the rope, creating a weight to balance him. After using his mouth to tie the ropes to his harness, he climbed to the top of the barn's loft and called for the other dogs to come in. When they arrived, he leaped gracefully off the loft. It worked! The dog lowered himself slowly, striking a magnificent pose in the air. He was flying. He soared like the dragon had. He felt the air around him and knew the sensation of being up high, with everything down below him. When he landed, he felt so proud and so free. Then the other dogs laughed, the loudest they had ever laughed. "That is not flying like a dragon," they said. "You fell slowly. You look so stupid and silly. Go back to being a dog." This, at long last, crushed the dog's hopes. He realized the truth. A dog like him simply could not become a dragon. He was too small, too quiet, too silly. What was that? The dog looked up, confused. He heard noises, sudden shouting, yells of panic. The dog raced out of the barn to find the farmer and his family huddled around the small farmyard well, which was barely wide enough for the bucket. The dog had his paws up on the edge of the well and looked down. Far below, in the deep darkness of the hole, he heard crying and splashing. A pitiful, gurgling cry was barely audible over the splashing. The littlest child of the farmer and his wife had fallen into the well and was drowning. The family screamed and wept. There was nothing to be done. Or was there? In a flash, the dog knew what to do. He bit the bucket off the well's rope, then had the eldest son tie the rope to his harness. He wrote "Lower me" in the dirt, then hopped up onto the rim of the well. Finally, he threw himself into the well as the farmer grabbed the crank. Lowered down on this rope, the dog flew into the darkness. He found the baby all the way underwater, but shoved his snout in and took hold of the baby's clothing with his teeth. A short time later, when the family pulled him back up, the dog appeared, holding the littlest child, wet, crying, but very much alive. That night, the family set a place for the little dog at their table and gave him a sweater to keep him warm, his name written across the front with letters he could read. They served a feast with food the dog had helped grow. They gave him some of the cake celebrating the birthday of the child whose life he had saved. That night, it rained on the other dogs, who slept outside in the cold barn, which leaked. But the little dog snuggled into a warm bed beside the fire, hugged by the farmer's children, his belly full. And as he did, the dog sadly thought to himself, "I could not become a dragon. I am an utter and complete failure." The end. And it's at this point that I must remind you that there was no moral to the story, as promised at the introduction. I made no promises, you might remember. But aren't you a little annoyed by this dog's attitude? Does there seem to be any kind of disconnect or mismatch between the accomplishments of the dog and the story that he went through? And is sometimes reflective of the undue pressure and requirements that we put on ourselves that are often unrealistic or simply not applicable to our own experiences. But surely we should acknowledge the accomplishments, just as the dog should. Because, after all, here is the real ending to the story. That night, the little dog snuggled into a warm bed beside the fire, hugged by the farmer's children, his belly full. And as he did, the dog thought to himself, I doubt any dragon ever had it so good anyway. Thank you for listening.
There's always something magical about when the holidays finally roll around. You can really tell that people love this season because they start making it earlier and earlier every year. I think I started seeing Christmas programs creep onto TV and online spaces around Halloween this year, so, that's always nice. Though I've been lucky enough that at the time of the writing I haven't heard the dreaded Mariah sing her siren songs through the night, luring in would-be suitors and soccer moms to the various stores for gifts. Regardless of whatever you celebrate though, I think that a lot of people feel that same connection at this time of year. Even though I get a good punch to the kidneys with a bit of seasonal depression, I still do appreciate how the season feels. Being able to spend some quality time with friends or family, or even just a nice cozy night with a big blanket on a cold evening, there's a definite energy that other parts of the year just can't quite match. For me personally, the feeling of the holidays is always accented by watching holiday specials on TV. Special episodes of popular TV shows at the time, or even dedicated one-off programs specifically made for that time of the year. On the more classic side, something like the original Grinch animation from 1966 that used to play all the time on Cartoon Network. I think I've still got all the lyrics to You're a Mean One ingrained into my psyche after all this time. Though the one that always made me feel the holiday cheer the most was Olive the Other Reindeer. I know it isn't the most popular choice, it isn't the greatest looking with its character designs, but I always loved it. I love the voice actors in it, I love the songs a lot, and I've come to appreciate a lot more of the jokes as I've grown older. It's a special that's grown on me the more that I've seen it, and I don't think any holiday season is complete until I've watched it at least once. Shameless plug, but seriously, go watch all of it, it's genuinely great. I think that for a lot of people, one of the more famous holiday specials / movies is The Muppets Christmas Carol. It's a great retelling of a classic story with so much charm and heart thanks to the little silly felt fellas. If you've never seen this one, you really, really should. It's such a classic that even trying to describe it wouldn't do it any justice. But why do I bring up the Muppets, you ask? Well, there's another Christmas special that released just 2 years later, one also using talking, anthropomorphic animal puppets.
They're closing up their minds!
One that lacks the intentional heart and comedy and replaces it with attempted Christian values and lessons.
Since we don't have closed-up minds anymore, we can see God showing love for us every day.
One that wants to be so beloved yet creates an uncomfortable and often disturbing atmosphere with the way the characters act.
Name the town where Jesus was born, soldier!
Bethlehem, sir!
This is the Missionary Mice Adventures True Christmas. Though before I get any further, I promise that none of this will be bashing on any religion or beliefs at all. Though I'm not a religious person myself, I have no qualms with anything anyone believes. This will largely just be riffing on the contents of this holiday special and nothing more, I assure you. The special is just... There's layers to it. There's so many things in this 20-minute video that have questionable meaning and intention. At the surface, it's meant to impart the values of the creator's faith towards children and who maybe don't take the holiday season quite as spiritually as they do. And there's nothing wrong with that. Collective faith like that brings people together around the holiday season just as much as a nice drunken eggnog bowl. But it's the way that this is written and performed that just makes it so unique that I had to share it with everyone. Even just trying to find out more about this special, I can't find that much. It's an enigma that some friends found it and shared it with me to begin with. Even the channel that has the upload of the entire special only has around 500 views on the video itself. I doubt that the mice got too far with their reach, probably not even outside the church that they likely showed this at. So, tonight, I hope you'll join me hand in hand around the fire as we watch a different type of Christmas special. One with baseball bats, singing, pigeons, and a militaristic rat. Happy holidays, everyone. The Missionary Mice Adventures comes to us from two different parties. CGBC, otherwise known as the Chinese Gospel Broadcasting Center, and Allegheny Alliance Pictures. I'll admit it was a little hard to find out much about these two groups because, well, there's not much about the Missionary Mice online at all. The most you can find, at least in my research, has been re-uploads of the specials on various other sites. The CGBC still has a website up, technically, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't abandoned anyway. Most of the resource links on the site don't really work anymore, and the copyright seems to claim they stopped really existing around 2005. Throwing the website in the Wayback Machine at least helps us figure out that they were responsible for this, and that there was at least another special out there somewhere called True Thanksgiving, but I don't know how much I can find on that. Seems to be another piece of lost media though. Considering what was made here, I'm not sure if I'm too cut up about these rats disappearing. Meanwhile, Allegheny Alliance Pictures doesn't even exist as far as I can find. The mice have covered their tracks well. Too well. Our beautiful story begins with some of the most generic possible holiday music playing over the logos of the CGBC and Allegheny Alliance Pictures. It's not a bad song, but I hear this and I can't help but think of it echoing in some empty mall during the holidays. It's the perfect song for what you'd hear in some of those liminal space creepypasta videos. Just listen to this. It's nice that they set the tone with an unsettling, generic enough song to make you feel perfectly uncomfortable for the horrors to come. Immediately afterwards, we're graced with the sight of a rat parachuting into the cities. The rat wars have begun. Vermintide has prepared us all for this. The invasion has started. Never mind. The rats have no coordination where they land, and they've all been folded like an omelet. The main story here is that there's these 3 kids that the titular missionary mice are spying on. Yes, I know how that sentence sounds, and I hate saying it as much as you hate hearing it, but we all have to live with that now. BT, the hat mouse, and Rebecca, the girl mouse, have supposedly found 3 children who are closing their minds off to the concept of Christmas. At least that's what BT says. We're shown this footage of them looking through binoculars, and instead of letting the kids say the lines that they're actively saying in the footage, BT translates what the muffled dialogue is supposed to be.
Tell me, what are they saying?
The older boy is saying Christmas is silly.
Oh no, let me see.
As you can tell, there's this weird attempt at making these mice have some sort of militaristic or mission-type presence. But the idea that these rats can just show up where they're needed to help children at any moment in time is a horrifying thought. It's bad enough living in a city like this and likely being no further than 5 feet away from a small army of rodents as is. I don't think anyone wants to imagine them airdropping in to teach you about the true meaning of Christmas, too.
Rabies delivery. Also, did you know that Jesus died so you can get an iPod in your stocking?
Also, these must be the greatest quantum binoculars ever, because how the fuck do you get a view of the blonde girl walking up from behind where the other 2 kids were sitting? The missionary mice must have the backing of all the world governments and have access to the greatest technology in the world. You've heard of Foxhound and Metal Gear? They've got nothing on the missionary mice. So the mice move in and try to help the kids change their mind about Christmas, and
Give me the bat, BT.
you know, I've heard some threatening lines in my day, but listening to a talking rat that was just spying on children to ask for a bat while sneaking up on them probably takes the cake. Good plan, Rebecca. That'll definitely get their attention and not make them think someone's about to come and mug them. So, of course, the kids point out the fact that the mouse is wearing clothing and not the fact that, 1, he whistled without moving his mouth, which honestly is a pretty good party trick, I'm not gonna lie, and 2, he was standing on 2 legs moving towards them and waving them down.
What?
I dread to think on the reality of this world if anthro mice and talking animals are the norm, and they all look like this. But at least it's probably realistic for how anthro rodents would probably be run down living in an actual big city. You ever see how rats look like in actual cities? They're horrifying.
He's got a sore arm from trying to get you guys to move, which you did not. So could we please go now? We only have half an hour, and the clock is ticking.
BT, why on earth would they follow you? The little girl literally screamed. You can't just say that you only have a half hour and don't explain what you intend to do with these kids. Already you can tell that there's sort of a strange sequence of events going on with this story. Things that only really take a few seconds to go,
What?
and maybe, just maybe, consider what you're showing here. It might not be in your best interest to show kids accepting an offer to follow strange rodents just because they ask you to come along. You know, at least the little girl having a slight pushback and asking where they're going was a nice touch.
Go where? To celebrate.
Rebecca continues to have the most threatening aura of any fictional character I've ever seen. If you put Rebecca, Doomguy, and Dio in the same room together, the other 2 would shrivel in fear as she says she's got something she wants to celebrate with them. Also, yeah, the kids just accept what BT and Rebecca say and just follow them without much question other than go where? This is really showing a wonderful example to children that it's okay to listen to the funny talking animals when they say they won't hurt you. Wait, wasn't that the plot of Five Nights at Freddy's? In any case, the kids chase after BT and Rebecca and as they fight rigor mortis around the back of this church. Don't question it, don't think about where you're going, just follow the funny mice. Follow the funny mice or become batting practice for Rebecca. As they enter the fun dungeon of the missionary mice, we're treated to yet another rendition of the starting song from before and a very nicely decorated church basement. The mice continue to dance and we see that poor BT's legs no longer work after he shattered his spinal column on the parachute down. Rest in peace, BT. May he find the perfect mouse wheelchair for his future missions. This poor girl looks genuinely upset and uncomfortable, and I don't think it's part of the act. You'll see later on, but they really put this one girl front and center for most of the special, and she does not look remotely happy for most of the time. We also see a third mouse enter the fray as he sits up on top of the shelf, his tired and sagging eyes. Man, I have never once related to a character more than this little dude here. I feel you, man. No amount of melatonin has helped me get enough sleep at night either. In the Missionary Mice's little cubby hole here, we're introduced to the full cast of rodent regulars. Rebecca D. Mouse is a singer and big fan of baseball, hence her doing her best Negan impression as she walked up. And Vinny, my spirit animal here, is apparently very shy, but he loves teaching people about kindness. Also, he's lactose intolerant, so they probably use him as tear gas on some of their holy infiltration missions.
I have this reaction to cheese.
Hey, Vinny, why don't you turn off the music? Ah!
Man, they really just love killing these mice, don't they? But I won't lie, watching the Vinny puppet just get thrown at the radio and fall back down is probably the one time the joke actually got me in this special.
I'm back.
The lack of articulation on these puppets is really jarring sometimes, which I'm sure you've noticed by now. The people using these puppets don't really move them around in any sort of energetic way, so oftentimes they move just really, really stiff. It makes things like the ragdolling and tossing funny, but other moments like walking down the stairs look really uncanny. Or at this point here, when BT says he just has to open up the window to introduce one of his colorful...
Oh my God! What's wrong with your face?
This bird, this poor bird has seen hell and returned. They have seen the depths of human depravity and the darkness of the human heart. They have been beaten and broken, and yet they still walk. Anyway, time to fly around in a first-person scene that definitely isn't just the cameraman putting the camera in and out of these poor children's faces.
Wow! You can feel the love of God everywhere. But when you fly into a place that is made just for God, it smacks you right in the face.
See what I mean about them putting this little girl front and center? It stops feeling like she's acting like an uncomfortable kid. There's genuinely concern in her face at this point. Anyway, this bird with the 1,000-yard stare's name is Jacob, and he's a friend of the missionary mice that's very excited to be here. Apparently once a week he comes over to spend time with the mice of the church, or at least that's what I can gather when BT says...
The rest of the week, Jacob here has to live with the pigeons.
Well, it's at least nice that Jacob comes to the church at least, but why do they make it seem like living with the pigeons is the bad part of Jacob's week? Like, what's the problem with that?
And everybody knows pigeons don't rejoice in God's creation or anything. They walk around all day with their heads down, saying how the world is such a hopeless place.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
What in the holy fuck do you mean everyone knows that pigeons don't rejoice in God's creation? What did the pigeons do to you that made you so upset at them, PT? Would you believe me if I said that this pigeon hate is actually a major character trait for all of the mice here? Because man, oh man, does this shit run deep. So apparently all pigeons do is keep their head to the ground and talk about how the world is such a hopeless place. I don't think BT is talking about pigeons anymore at this point. I think he's just talking about millennials on Twitter. I don't know where the fuck this pigeon lore comes from. I genuinely tried to research if there was some proverb or verse in the Bible after I heard this, just to see if there was some sort of story about pigeons being godless heathens. From what I can gather, there's not really that much. There's some reference to young pigeons in a few different versions, but there's nothing more than a few passing mentions here or there. I'm starting to think that the missionary mice are just a wee bit on the prejudice side. Now I'm even more scared of what Rebecca does with that bat on the weekends.
I used to be like that.
Before the incident. So apparently Jacob used to be like the pigeons and look at the world from a more nihilistic point of view. We see in the little flashback part of the story of him flying to the city where he's complaining about how tired he is and how far the city is from where he was living in the surrounding country areas. Man, if simply talking about how tired you are after flying a long distance is grounds for being called a closed-minded heathen, then I guess every shitty stand-up comic that does a "boy, my arms are tired" joke is going to burn in hell. Thanks, Satan. But it's okay, Jacob was saved by the power of Rebecca's beautiful singing voice in the park. That's not a joke. This whole flashback sequence is about how Jacob begins to see the true meaning of life and God thanks to how lovely Rebecca's singing voice is. The singer they got for this scene is lovely, so I'll give them credit for that. Though let's be honest, it's probably just a recording they took and put in the video. But man, there is something really uncanny seeing this slowed down footage with this specific song over it. It feels like Rebecca's lamenting about her life and some unseen force dictating it rather than it being something uplifting.
My life as he has planned.
I've cut out most of this part, and I mean, it's not really that important or interesting to talk about, but this entire Jacob flashback sequence is about 3.5 minutes long. And most of that runtime is just the song that Rebecca sings, so I guess they just needed to fill up the time somehow. I'm mostly just shocked that they had the restraint to not do a fall joke and push Rebecca off the bridge, considering this all just feels like some big Tim and Eric skit most of the time. Anyway, we cut back to the present, and Jacob talks about the encounter and how it makes him want to sing like Rebecca. But when he does, the poor little girl just covers her ears in pain, and BT and Vinny just come in and bash poor Jacob for the attempt.
You might want to start thinking seriously about taking singing lessons from Rebecca.
Ouch! And I thought birds were better singers than mice.
Starting to think that they just keep Jacob around so they can feel superior and claim how that they have a pigeon friend if they get called out for stuff. I'm just saying. I bet you didn't know how deep this pigeon metaphor was going to get, but it's genuinely a massive part of this special. I'm about to play a longer clip from this next part of the video just to make my point, so, buckle up.
You were starting to get a closed-up mind, and I couldn't let you get one of those, especially on Christmas. You got to open yourself up, or else God can't talk to you.
God doesn't talk.
Just like the pigeons.
I've decided I don't want Vinny to be my spirit animal anymore. I take it back. I take it back!
Oops. Sorry, Jacob.
So did you catch all that? Because hoo boy, there's a lot to dissect in that little clip. When I first saw this with a couple of friends, this was the part that we all kind of just sat forward and felt dumbfounded with the things that were starting to show. Again, no disrespect to anyone's religion at all, but I'm starting to think that the missionary mice aren't the best people around. Like, the boy was frustrated that he didn't get a present he wanted for Christmas, but also he's, like, just a kid. I agree that there's, like, a lesson to be taught here about, like, appreciating what you get for Christmas, but there's a whole lot of undertones coming from the mice message here. This idea that all the pigeons are godless heathens, like, inherently, but need to be taught and have their eyes open feels so extreme. I don't want to use words like cultic or indoctrinating, but I mean, they literally have the one good pigeon with them that they now refer to as a dove rather than a pigeon thanks to his enlightened status. Then comparing these kids to these wrong thinkers starts to feel really, really, really icky. Isn't it equally closed-minded to think that someone else's thoughts or beliefs are inferior or wrong to your own? Or that your belief and views on a specific subject are the only correct ones? This isn't the place for that kind of debate, more so just, man, these are fucking rats that sometimes have New York accents talking about how pigeons are heathens. What the fuck am I supposed to say about it? But enough about pigeons, it's time for our rat play. Rat play, everyone! Rat play, everyone to your seats! Funny enough, I think this is one of the better parts of the overall special because it feels like the one part of the video where they actually put some effort into what they were doing. The little outfits on the missionary mice are pretty cute, and I mean they're not that bad looking.
Oh my God! What's wrong with your face?
Oh God, oh no, never mind, I take it back. I never want to see Jacob's godless eyes again. No! It's not really my place to talk about the accuracy or the quality of this little play overall because, again, I'm not really a religious person. All the characters have at least one decent funny line or interaction, and the way that they make the puppets move here feel more lively than before. That said, I do have one little question, one really important thing to ask about before we move on to the rest of the show. So, like, did the rat Mother Mary give birth to the rat Jesus, or was it like a normal human Jesus, or like what the hell, what's going on there? Rebecca ties this whole play into how, on the birth of the baby Jesus, God gave a gift to the whole world of eternal life and his love. But, of course, something so grand of a concept like this is probably going to get lost on younger kids, so the little girl asks what God's love is like, and BT, the absolute wrecking ball that he is, gives an absolute banger of an answer.
This is my rule of thumb. Think of the person who loves you the most. Okay? You got somebody? Now God loves you even more than that person does.
That's right, kids. Your mom and your dad, your sibling, nah, they don't love you as much as the big G up in the sky does, and they'll never reach that same level as much as they try. Make sure that you tell them that next time you get in a fight with your parents. I'm sure they'll go over wonderfully. That said, I do love how this little girl just takes this information and turns it into an unintentional burn against her brother going, "Hey, God loves me more than you do, smiley face."
Oh, it must be a frustrating job being God. Always being there 24 hours a day, trying to love us, and all we do is act like pigeons.
They really need to stop saying pigeons like it's a slur because it gets more and more uncomfortable every single time it happens. You know, recently when Chris Pratt was on that one Nintendo Direct and he said the word Koopas really forcefully? Yeah, it's like that every single time they say the word pigeons.
Pigeons!
Anyway, from here we get into the final scene of the overall special as a chime begins to play through the little fungeon. All the mice and Jacob start to get a little panicked as it's suddenly 10:50. And when the blonde girl asks what happens at 10:50, Vinny just replies, "Oh, nothing really. Actually at 10:52, general Bible knowledge holds inspection, and he's never late, but he is often early." There's this really strange shift in the atmosphere of the special here. All of the puppets start to get really nervous and scared with the general's approach, and all the kids look really confused. Out of context, knowing that an actual general is showing up and how these mice have a literal missionary structure to them, it starts to feel like they're conscripting these kids into something. But no, they would never actually do that. Absolutely never. This is all just a joke. It's probably just a pun name that means nothing.
And hut! He's General Bible Knowledge, and he's come to let you know that the more you learn your Bible, the more you spiritually grow.
Fucking Nigel Thornberry looking ass. So the final member of our little rat brigade is General Bible Knowledge, a ratlet with an imposing presence of a bear, apparently. This little guy is the epitome of walk softly and carry a big stick, and I'm starting to worry about what he does to the other mice when no one else is around. The puppeteers are literally making sure each of the puppet characters is shaking when he's walking by. At least the kids are hamming it up. Most of them look like they're trying not to bust out into a laugh at this point. The general's main purpose here is to bark out some Bible question towards one of them, and the way that BT answers, I mean, he practically screams it out like he's terrified what will happen to him if he's wrong.
Luke chapter 2, verse 4!
The rest of the characters have strange responses to how the general questions them too. Rebecca is really reserved and careful about how she responds. Eventually, Vinny, the fuck-up that he is, fumbles a question and it falls upon the little girl to suddenly answer it. And again, you can see how she's just trying not to bust up laughing and seriously answer this Tim Curry wannabe rat.
Wow.
She even takes the chance to rub that into her brother's face again, that this little Gestapo virgin... She even takes the chance to rub it in her brother's face that this little Gestapo vermin thought she was perfect for his army. And honestly, it's fair. It's funny watching this little girl be a little shit. Even funnier when the general turns around and goes,
"What was that, soldier?"
Merry Christmas, sir.
And actually got another fucking laugh out of me. Fuck you, missionary mice, for being funny. With that, the general is pleased with his happily volunteered recruits and decides to give them a Christmas present. You know, when the special starts out with kids complaining that their presents aren't great and the holiday was silly before that, clearly this should be the big moment that changes it all around, right? Give them a gift that they'll really love, something that will make them appreciate the holiday. Maybe a toy they really wanted or some cool shoes or something like that. Something that they'll really enjoy using and appreciate for multiple years to come.
Soldiers, present Bibles!
Oh yeah, that's what the kids really want for Christmas, a big fucking book. I understand the reasoning here, and I think it's totally fine. It's just equally funny to me that if the kids were already upset with their gifts at the start, I am so sure that they would absolutely love the gift of fucking reading instead. Well done, missionary mice. That's why you're the boss. From here, the special ends with a rendition of Away in a Manger with Rebecca leading off the song. And if you thought for a second that the missionary mice weren't a bunch of liars and were deceptive little rats, well, I've got some world-shattering news for you here. Rebecca starts to sing and it sounds nothing like the flashback that we got with Jacob and her in the park. You know, that scene that basically converted and changed the course of Jacob's life with her singing? Yeah, suddenly she sounds nothing like that. At all.
Away in a manger, no crib for a bed.
So like, was she just playing a recording to lure pigeons in like a siren leading ships to her doom? Is this just confirming the seedy underbelly of the missionary mice mythos that they're actually just a dark organization recruiting the unsuspecting for some holy crusade in the future? As the singing continues, we fade out of the little church basement, a star magically appears behind the kids, and we cut back to the generic liminal space Christmas music. And with that, the missionary mice are dead forever, never to be heard from again.
What's that, Christmas card from the general?
Nope, next assignment.
Oh!
Hey there, thank you so much for stopping by and watching my little Christmas special. It means a lot to me. Like, again, no disrespect or hate towards any religion or even the people that made this. It was just a lot of fun to poke fun at and, you know, see the little crazy stuff in the special. Also, I sound a little different now because I'm recording this after I'm editing and I'm a little sick. Yay! But hey, feel free to watch some of my other stuff. Feel free to subscribe. Follow me on Twitter. I post some memes and updates on there sometimes. So, you know, you never know what you're gonna find. But have a happy holidays. I hope to see you all around my next big project. See ya.
Oh, well, hello there, folks. Good afternoon. For just this short time that Leshy has granted me, I'll be your host, Joe, and I'm here to talk just a little bit about music, myth, and history. As a former retail worker, I don't mind telling you that November through December can be a harrowing time if you don't much care for Christmas music. There's so much of it, it's everywhere, and it all kind of blends together. Except for the very few examples of really annoying things, like Paul McCartney or All I Want for Christmas Is My Two Front Teeth. There's a good chance that if someone plays a few bars of one of the weird other Christmas songs that you don't really pay that much attention to, you'll at least be able to spot the tune, even if you can't name it. Kinda like this one. You know this tune, right? Sounds familiar? You've probably heard the version of this song sung by Bing Crosby. It's actually much older than that. And in a very real but also very technical sense, it's almost as old as King Wenceslas himself. But we'll get back to that in a minute. For now, this song is Good King Wenceslas. Now the song Good King Wenceslas was penned in 1853 by an English hymn writer named John Mason Neale, or rather the lyrics were written by him. The music itself, as indicated earlier, is a much, much older piece. The lyrics were written to fit the tune of a medieval spring carol, Tempus Adest Floridum, which dates back to the 13th century. And yes, carols these days pretty much relegated to Christmas, they used to have them for all seasons and all occasions. Let's talk for a moment about the historical figure that this whole thing is based off of. Wenceslas I. First of all, he wasn't a king. He was the Duke of Bohemia in the 10th century. I'm not going to get any more specific because the date of his death is contested on the Wikipedia article, and I'm not about to do actual research. The important thing is, he died super young, like mid-20s young. He became the ruler of Bohemia in 921 after the death of his father in a battle with the Hungarians. His father was also a very young king, and also died in his mid-20s. Man, the Premeslid dynasty just seems to have had a thing going in the early days. They broke that trend pretty quickly, but the first couple, folks, did not last. Legend has it that he was a very good ruler, actually. He would apparently visit the poor and the downtrodden in his duchy, and he'd give them food and money and whatever help he could offer, and because of this, he's known to this day as Wenceslas the Good. You will never guess what his brother, Boleslas the Cruel, is known for. Actually, you might. If you guessed murder, you got it. Boleslas and some of the local nobility invited Wenceslas to one of the minor Catholic feasts and jumped him, stabbing him to death with a variety of pointy objects, including, but not limited to, swords. I mean, the guy's got to earn the title the Cruel somehow, right? He, of course, managed to reign longer than both his father and his brother combined. I mean, you know what they say about only the good die young, right? Wenceslas not only would earn the title of king somehow, but he also was canonized as a saint. Now, to be a saint, you need two things. You need to first die a martyr, and you need to have performed miracles. Now, I have looked. The most I can find is that miracles were happening at the tomb of Wenceslas, so his brother had his body moved. I have consulted various Catholic websites and the Orthodox Wiki, and if they don't have more details, they don't exist. These are the saint-based people here, and if they don't got it, I don't know where else to look. He's considered to have been martyred because his younger brother was a pagan, kind of like their mother, and Wenceslas was trying to convert his subjects to Christianity. So, in a sense that counts for this, he was killed for Christianity, so that counts as being a martyr for them. The weird thing is that posthumous miracles, like doing the miracles after you've died, for me, that feels like cheating. But apparently that's actually the only acceptable way to do it. If you do the miracles while you're alive, it doesn't count. It's got to be something after you've died, which is just, it sounds so bizarre to me, because it's not like somebody can attribute that directly to you. I saw him doing this. No, you didn't. It happened near his tomb. You don't know what the cause of that is. But I digress. I'm not here to question the ecclesiastical traditions of which church and what group. I'm just here to say the facts that he is considered a saint because miracles happened near his tomb. It's also worth mentioning that he had a sidekick, a loyal and faithful page named Podvin, who managed to kill one of Wenceslaus' attackers, but then was himself killed. He didn't have any miracles in him, though, so he didn't get sainthood. I suppose he also technically wasn't martyred. He was getting revenge for his dead, not king, but his dead duke. So, you know, he's good enough to be mentioned in the song, but he's not saint material, I guess. Wenceslaus is an example of a trope in historical fiction of the righteous and just king, who gets his authority from his piety and his goodness of heart. We've all seen examples of this, you know, in various pieces of fiction. The rightful ruler of the land is a mighty warrior and a just ruler, a good stand-up fella. You know, you've got your Aragorns, you've got your Varian Rins, you've got your King Arthurs. The same is applied to historical figures as well, and Wenceslaus is just one example. There's also romanticized versions of Charlemagne out there, and of course, need I mention King Richard the Lionheart? Prince John gets blamed for high taxes, but Richard's the one who financed a crusade halfway around the world and then got captured and held for ransom. In a more accurate Robin Hood, he'd get back and he'd say, "Hey, the taxes are staying, folks. We've actually owed the Holy Roman Empire a whole lot of money." Except he'd have said it in French, and he would have gone to France, and Richard's court was actually in France, not England. But we're talking about Wenceslaus. Hey, actually, speaking about the Holy Roman Empire, if you were wondering why Wenceslaus, the Duke of Bohemia, is known as King Wenceslaus in this story, you could actually blame the Holy Roman Empire for that. Otto I, possibly the greatest emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, decided that like 30 years after his death, Wenceslaus had a certain regality and nobility to him, and granted him the title of king posthumously. This was, of course, after Otto invaded Bohemia and put Boleslaus' son to death. The Holy Roman Empire was not going to abide a pagan king in Bohemia. It was not going to happen. There are, to this day, regular pilgrimages from Wenceslaus' original burial site to where he's buried now in St. Vitus Cathedral in Prague Castle. Sometimes his skull gets to go for walks, too. The Czechs, they love them some bones, what can I say? I've been to the bone church. I gotta estimate a good portion of the tourism in the nation's gotta be bone-based. So we've talked about the man enough. Why don't we have a few words about the song too, now that we've got some background on the subject. Good King Wenceslaus looked out on the feasts of Stephen. So right away, this is taking place after Christmas. Sort of. Christmas itself used to be a whole slew of holidays back to back. You know the other Christmas carol, the 12 Days of Christmas? Yeah, it lasted 12 whole days. If we were still living as nature intended, we'd be practically hibernating through December, so you could take a third of the month as a festival. It was no problem. Good luck getting that time off work now. Christmas, of course, is the first day, then the Feast of St. Stephen is the second, December 26th. Stephen, of course, is thought of as the first Christian martyr, having been killed in a stoning in the mid-30s AD, which, supposedly, Paul himself threw rocks at. How Stephen is the first martyr in Christianity and not Jesus is beyond me. I guess maybe he doesn't count? He seems pretty important, though. Is that an oversight, maybe? I don't know. Once again, I am not here to call into question ecclesiastical traditions. When the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and even, brightly shone the moon that night, though the frost was cruel, when a poor man came in sight, gathering winter fuel. December 26th, it is cold, it is dark. The Duke sees a fella out in the cold, trying to get some firewood together. Turns to his buddy Podvin, and he says to him, "Hither, page, and stand by me, if thou knowst it telling, yonder peasant, who is he, where and what his dwelling?" Podvin, of course, responds, "Sire, he lives a good league hence, underneath the mountain, right against the forest fence, by St. Agnes' fountain." So he asks his page, who doesn't even get the dignity of a name here, it's Podvin, who that fellow is and how far away from home he is. Podvin apparently has perfect knowledge of all things Bohemian. He knows exactly who that is, and he knows that he lives like 3 miles away. "Bring me flesh and bring me wine, bring me pine logs hither. Thou and I shall see him dine when we bear them thither. Page and monarch, forth they went together, through the wind's wild lament and the bitter weather. So he and Podvin go out into the cold night. They get supplies to help the guy out. It's Christmas after all. Or I guess it's the feast of St. Stephen, that's close enough. No man should freeze to death on Christmas in Wenceslas's duchy. He intends to have this peasant in for a feast and a fire to warm him up. I mean, the holiday is a feast. You better live up to that name, right? Sire, the wind is darker now, and the wind blows stronger. Fails my heart, I know not how, I can go not longer. Mark my footsteps, good my page, tread thou in them boldly. Thou shalt find the winter's rage freezes thy blood less coldly. It's cold, oh my god, it's cold. Podvin doesn't think he can even keep moving, that's how cold it is. Wenceslas tells him, just walk in his footsteps. It'll keep the snow from getting into your boots. That's definitely a better strategy. We've all done this in deep snow, I'm sure, right? I also need to comment. That's a very strange rhyme. In his master's steps he trod, where the snow lay dinted. Heat was in the very sod which the saint had printed. So he does it, and it works. Not only does Podvin stop freezing, he actually warms up by stepping in Wenceslas's footsteps somehow. I guess the idea is God was putting heat directly into his feet. Is God into feet? I don't know. Therefore, Christian men, be sure, wealth or rank possessing, ye who now will bless the poor, shall for yourselves find blessing. A strange rhyme. And the moral of the story is spelled out in the final paragraph. Seems to be that if you do your part to help the poor, you yourself may find yourself helped. What goes around comes around, and so do good things apparently. And I can appreciate the sentiment. But again, Wenceslas was murdered horrifically, despite supposedly being by all accounts a stand-up fella. So maybe he isn't the best spokesman for this message, just saying. This song has not been without its controversy. In the early days, a lot of people actually didn't even like it as a real Christmas song, because they knew it was adapted from an Easter hymn. That the rhyming scheme was clumsy at best, I think I've definitely experienced that here tonight, and that it would soon be hopefully forgotten. Then Bing Crosby came along and, well, now we're stuck with it. But I hope you learned something from this. Now I'm going to go make some hot chocolate, maybe steam some milk for it, but first I'll pass the reins back to my good friend Leshy. I hope you all have a wonderful holiday season, and that the knowledge of a dead 1,000-year-old king from the Bohemian Duchy somehow helps you out. Have a good night.
Hello, everybody. Oh, one moment. There we go. I hope everyone's having a good night. Thank you all for stopping by and hanging out with us. I hope you're keeping very warm and toasty. Here in a moment, I'll be inviting some of our guests tonight to come on, just chat a little bit about the season, how they feel, what memories they have for this time of year, and so on. This will be running for a while. There may be portions of silence, but don't worry too much about that. I'll be inviting the guests on as soon as they're ready. Just sit tight. Don't be afraid if there are sudden voices. All right. Hello, everybody. Hello, Joe.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome in to my cozy fireplace. Thank you for stopping by and for submitting your lovely video.
Well, you know, I saw you wanted some help, and I figured, why not? I always enjoy doing short video essays.
Well, I deeply appreciate it. 'Tis the season for giving, of course.
Yeah. I don't have quite the stamina for some of the 2 or 3 hour ones, but you know, nice.
Time will
15
tell.
minute. Yeah.
Maybe this is your
Well,
gateway
15
drug.
minute dissection.
So, would you like to introduce yourself to the chat for those who don't know you?
Sure. My name is Joe. My screen name is Your Host Joe. I'm an East Coast fellow, which means I have wildly different time zones from what I'm used to dealing with on Twitch with Leshy and company. I primarily do video games. I occasionally do other things. That's about as specific as I can get with other things, because you know, it varies depending on my mood. Sometimes it's film review, sometimes it's this sort of thing.
Yeah, today, other things includes historical discussions, music, and ancient Christians.
Yeah.
And their angry pagan brothers, I suppose.
It's funny, apparently, like, dude's grandfather was basically the first actual, like, Christian monarch of Bohemia. And so it was still a very new thing, considering his father also died at, like, age 25.
I suppose that's just kind of what happened to you back then, huh?
Yeah. Well, actually, no, that's the weird thing, is that his brother, the cruel one, lived into, like, his 70s.
Wow. Now that's the unusual one back then. Is
And
there,
like...
Go ahead.
I was gonna say is that there's that whole idea of like average life expectancy being super low in medieval times, but it's mostly just because people died in infancy so much that it dragged the average down.
I suppose so. And you know,
spiders Georging the thing.
People got gored by wild animals a lot more than they do these days.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, hunting accidents happen all the time, and kings are all about hunting sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So I figure, you know, you did a fair amount of research for your video. Is there anything that you wanted to include but you didn't find the time to add? You know, his brother living to an absurdly long life on top of that.
I don't really think so. There was... Okay, I did actually... I talked about when he was murdered. He was invited by his brother to a feast. I just sort of described it as one of the minor Catholic feasts, which it sort of is, but like there's so many of them, and I feel as though maybe I could have like spoken about which feast that was, but it's not really relevant. It's just two dudes who happen to be doctors in Arabia who converted to Christianity.
As you did back then.
Yeah.
Sounds like a very Julius Caesar style setup, let's be real. Invited in for a lovely dinner only to get stabbed in the back.
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah, no, I mean that's sometimes that's how you gotta do it.
Yeah, that's how you did it back then, I guess.
That's how they got Samson.
Mm-hmm. So if you don't mind me asking, what brought this up to you? I know that the song is seasonal, in quotes, but of all things, did you have any particular revelation or realization that made you wanna cover this old Easter song?
This is actually it came about because of a remark that you had made when I was streaming Link to the Past before.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, you were like watching somebody who was talking about minor saints or something, and I asked if they knew anything about Saint Wenceslas.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, nobody knew who I was talking about. And I'm like, it's like the Christmas song. And nobody knew the song by name.
I mean, it's a very unique name, but not one that comes up very often.
It's true.
Nobody's listening to holiday tunes on the radio and going, "Oh, that's good King Wenceslas of Bohemian fame."
Yeah. Like, if you didn't own, like, the Bing Crosby record and you read it off the back, you wouldn't have a clue.
And the demographic for that is growing. It's shrinking every year.
Yeah.
Interesting fellow, Bing Crosby. Maybe a discussion is due for him next year.
Maybe. I'm sure his daughters had more than enough to say about him.
Oh, yes. Maybe that wouldn't be very good at keeping with, the positive vibes.
Maybe.
But, well.
Yeah, it was, it was... I also have somewhat of an affinity with the Czech Republic. I've been there. I went through Prague, I did mention...
know that you've never talked about this.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You may have mentioned it once or twice in passing, but I don't think I ever heard anything past "I've been to Prague."
Oh. Yeah, no, we went there for a trip one year. Some money had happened, and it's just like, well, there's a lot of things over in Europe I've always wanted to see, and if you go in off-season, like, nobody's booking tourist destinations in March, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Not a lot going on around there.
Yeah, but, like, I'm Canadian, so I don't mind their winter at all.
Yeah.
There were, like, locals, looking at us like, the heck are they wearing? Where are their jackets? Fine.
This weather means nothing to me.
Yeah, I made an offhand comment in the video about most of the Czech Republic's tourism being bone-based. And it was like a thing about how, they take St. Wenceslas's skull out on pilgrimage from time to time. But I also got to see, I'm sure you've heard of the Bone Church, right?
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, and that's there.
It sure is. It sure is.
Town right outside of Prague. I have all sorts of pictures of the place, because you get to go in, you get to take pictures of stuff.
I suppose there's something nice about knowing that you make for pretty pictures even after you've passed. Even if it is, like thousands of you?
Yeah, I was actually looking this up because I was showing the pictures to a friend last night. Because he was like, I've always wanted to go there. I'm like, I got pictures that I took. My own camera, do you want to see? And like, I had to look up because he was like, how many people do you think went into that thing? And the estimates are at least 40,000, possibly 70,000.
Goodness. Yeah.
I know a lot of them were plague victims.
Yeah, props to the, would they even be masons who made that building? Because it's not stone. Well, sort of.
Well, the church itself is, like, fairly standard construction. The thing was, the church predated the actual stuff going on in the basement.
Okay.
Yeah, but everybody in the basement was at one point buried in the graveyard outside. And they realized they were running out of room. And what you do when that happens is, you are supposed to exhume the bodies, and you're supposed to document who they are, and you're supposed to respectfully put them away somewhere.
Somewhere else.
And the guy they hired was just like, I am going to do so much decorating.
I mean, everyone wants to be fashionable at some point in their life, I guess.
Yeah, like there's one piece in the basement that's just, he literally made a copy of the local nobility's coat of arms using one of every bone in the human body.
That's terrifying. That's
yeah.
Actually scary.
It's so spooky. Like, there's a bird on the coat of arms, and he made a little bird out of bones.
Hot take. That is ghoulish.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's Bohemia, baby.
Yeah, that's what they got in all their tourist pamphlets. That's Bohemia, baby.
I know. I also talked about the they have in the town square, the old town square in Prague itself. Mm-hmm. There's an astronomical clock, which I think I fell in love with more than the actual Bone Church. Like, I wanted to go see the Bone Church, and when I got there, I was just like, look at this clock. And the legend has it that they put out the eyes of the guy who built the clock for them so that he wouldn't be able to build the same sort of thing for anybody else.
Dear. Wow.
Yeah. And it is the oldest functioning astronomical clock still in the world.
I suppose that's one way to protect your copyright, but...
Yeah.
If it keeps working, you know, power... Well, not power to them for the ones that put his eyes out, but for everyone else involved.
Yeah, it's 612 years old.
Talk about sturdy.
Yeah. But it's the third oldest in the world, but it's the oldest that still works.
Yeah, I imagine the bar for that gets a little bit lower every year.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like this, it's such a nice looking thing. It almost looks very out of place on the building that it's in, but I like it a lot. Viewers, if you wish to see what I'm talking about, just Google Prague Astronomical Clock.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing after stream.
Wait, I could send you a picture. I took a picture.
Oh, please. Love to. I don't know if I'll put it on screen, but I'd love to see it.
Oh, yeah. Pictures. Oh. I still had that folder open.
Alright, well, before I ask you 1,000 questions about Prague and the Czech Republic and everything,
yeah,
it feels appropriate to ask you a little bit about the holidays.
Oh, yeah.
Given that we're all here and, you know, Wenceslas is nice and all, but we covered him.
It's true.
Yes. So,
well...
do you have any particular traditions or memories that you'd like to share? Because I feel like everyone's got something that they think is normal until they hit about the age of 21 or 22 and realize that maybe it's not.
I've got a couple of things I could mention, actually.
Please do.
I've heard... so I am... I don't know how common this knowledge is outside of, like, the area I live in. Are you familiar with the group called the Acadians?
I have heard of them. I'm not familiar.
Okay, so I am descended from them on my father's side, going...
Congratulations.
Way back. And apparently one of the things that's like a tradition with this group is opening one present on Christmas Eve.
Ah.
So that's something we would do. You know, you'd go to the tree and you'd have to pick one and only one present, and you'd open it. Obviously, as a child, you have to be like, do I want to go for the big one? Or do I want to, like, shake and see what sounds like Lego? Or, you know, it's a whole process that you end up going through again the next morning when you're like, what do I open first?
Of course. That feels familiar with a tradition that my family has, which is that of the pickle ornament. Not explicitly like similar, but similar notes. Pardon, I'm fixing the fire real quick.
Oh yeah, a pickle ornament.
Yes. So I don't mean to steal away from your tradition. But the pickle ornament is something that I've discussed with others, and every time I bring it up, people either tell me, "Oh yeah, my family did that," or "That is the strangest thing I've ever heard of." From what I understand, and I could be wrong about this, is that it comes from a region in Germany that nowadays doesn't follow the tradition. It's not observed there. It seems to have been survived largely by German immigrants to America.
Oh.
Which makes it somewhat of an anomaly in that the original area just doesn't care anymore. But it's fun, so whatever. You would have an ornament for your Christmas tree that was in the shape of a pickle. And, you know, it's quite lovely that it blends in with all the needles because of it being so dark green, because the intent is to hide it in there. And families with several children would give some sort of prize to whichever child could find it first, whether that be either a special gift set aside specifically for the pickle discoverer, or just the ability to open up a present on Christmas Eve a little bit early, you know.
Oh.
My family did this, which is extremely bizarre given that I am an only child. Let me tell you, the excitement of finding the pickle is a lot lessened when you don't have a sibling to rub it in the face.
You win again.
Exactly. My main competition was my father, who made no effort to win over me, which is fine, largely. But the whole opening one present the night before feels like it fits in with a lot of various traditions in one way or another, and I think that speaks to a certain... I don't know how to put it other than children just being a little bit greedy and parents deciding, we'll give them one, just... It's the holidays, why not, right?
I can honestly see that, yeah.
Yeah. But, sorry to interrupt, carry on.
Oh no, that's good stuff. I gotta wonder how much of that, like... I know I spoke in the video a bit about the 12 days of Christmas and how Christmas used to be a thing that was sort of dragged out until January 6th.
Mm.
And I wonder if there was, like, additional gifts on additional days, and maybe the idea that it shouldn't all just be on one day might have lived on into opening one early.
Maybe. You know, there's plenty of ways that could go. I know that there are some cultures that even to this day still have sizable traditions of just the days leading up to and shortly after Christmas. A personal favorite comes from Iceland by the name of the Yule lads, if you've ever heard of them.
I've not.
They are interesting little fellas. And if anyone is Icelandic in the chat, I apologize. I'm going to be butchering these names. But I feel like the Yule lads are very deserving of attention. They are 13 little gremlin men. They are depicted in art very much like your Tolkien-esque dwarves. So, you know, maybe there's some heritage there. And they're all, pardon my French, rat bastards. Every single one of them. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. I would not even try to pronounce these names.
Yes.
I don't even know what some of these characters sound like.
Yeah, I'm gonna be struggling here for a little bit. I think the most important one is probably Grilla, who is the mother of all the lads. She is apparently depicted as a scary troll, and is probably the oldest like Christmas tradition in Iceland to speak of her or do whatever, predating even the lads themselves. Which, given that she's their mother, it makes sense. Kind of how things work there.
Yeah.
You do tend to predate your children. Not entirely sure what she does other than eating bad children. That seems to be the big thing.
I get the idea that you want to, like, encourage the children to be good, but also, like, is there a reason the bad children taste better or something, or, like...
I'm not entirely sure. I imagine, in some of these stories it seems implied that good children are protected by the grace of God, while naughty children aren't.
Oh, I suppose.
She has a cat, the Christmas cat, who eats, I believe, children who have not been given anything nice to wear come Christmas. So it was tradition to go around, particularly to like the homeless or the disadvantaged, to give them some manner of new clothing before Christmas, so they would not get gobbled up by the Christmas cat, which is horrific. You know, gotta go around and give everyone at least a new sock, if nothing else. She has a notably pathetic husband named Lepaludi, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. He just seems to be an enabler. He is a drunk and just doesn't fight back against his child-eating wife.
Well, I mean, if she's willing to consume people whole, you know, why would you?
Exactly. You know,
That's
you don't...
someone you don't want to tangle with.
Shouldn't have gotten married in the first place, but if you're here now, you may as well at least try and make peace with it, right?
Or at least avoid getting eaten.
Well, he's got to be a good boy for that. And I guess that means not talking back to the wife.
Mm-hmm.
High on the list, the first one of the Yule lads to come on the 12th, I believe, is Stekjastar, or Sheepcoat Claude. He harasses the sheep of every household that he comes across. I believe he has unusually long limbs and peg legs as he wobbles around the countryside bothering sheep.
Sheep?
Yes.
That's not something I really associate with Iceland. Maybe I should.
Maybe you should. I mean, where else are they going to get their clothes?
I guess.
Yeah.
They don't exactly have alpacas.
Yeah. Then there was Giljaguar. I can't pronounce these Icelandic names, I'm sorry. Or Gully Gawk. He's the second one. He hides in the gullies around a house, waiting for everyone to fall asleep, and then he'd break into the barns and drink all the milk out of the cows.
I assume this guy predates Louis Pasteur.
I suppose so. He's quite old. There's Stubby, who's shorter than the other ones.
The picture I'm looking at, his beard is like tucked into his belt.
Yeah. He runs around to different homes and steals dirty pots and pans so that he can eat the crust off of them. A lot of these are stealing food in some form or fashion, which is normal for various holiday villains, I suppose. But stealing
it's winter.
Yeah,
you gotta have your food.
Stealing the burnt-on crusts off of pots and pans is a new one. I'm not gonna lie. Number 4 is Spoon Licker, who steals spoons and licks them for sustenance.
I had one look at that guy's name and I was like, what letter is that on the front of that?
I'm not gonna try.
Is it a P? Is it a D? Is it a combination of both, like that, like the thorn, the AE thing?
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think it's a combo. Spoon Licker is apparently grotesquely thin from malnutrition. Because all he does is eat from the tiniest little scraps from dirty spoons.
Maybe nobody ever told him he needs to put the spoon in something before he licks it.
Pot Scraper comes next, who also steals pots and licks the crust out of them. Old roast meats, sauces, whatever he can find.
Some competition between him and Stubby.
Exactly. You know, it's hard out there being a pot licking troll, which is an insult to the highest degree, I imagine. The website I'm reading this off of says that was no doubt created to encourage children to finish their meals and not leave leftovers. Given that
See, at
waste...
that point, I think you could leave leftovers because then you wouldn't need to worry about cleaning up because somebody else would come along and eat it.
No, but he steals the pots.
Oh, he
away
takes
with
the
them.
whole pot.
Yeah, he and Stubby just take the whole pot.
Oh.
And, you know, they take your pots and pans and they leave out the front door licking a frying pan like a lollipop.
Wait, who's feeding their children out of the actual pot?
These guys are from old times. They didn't have fine china back then, Joe.
I imagine they would have had plates of some sort.
I mean, there's a certain degree where your plate was just the pot and something to keep it from burning the table underneath.
A trivet?
Yes, ancient trivet. Bowl
At least
liquor.
one of these. Another one of these guys.
Bowl liquor.
There's one that I'm just looking at, and I'm like, when you get to this is going to be amazing.
Yeah. He will lay underneath children's beds, waiting for them to finish their nighttime soup or pudding, and then steal them up and lick the bowls clean for sustenance. Which I firmly believe is probably the closest that Iceland has ever gotten to having a real monster under the bed.
See, his existence does imply that there are actual place settings and not just the pots and pans.
It's true, although he apparently goes specifically for an asker, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, which is a very specific carved bowl with a lid that was reserved for certain occasions and for late night use, so you could put the lid on it and pests wouldn't get into whatever you finished.
I'm sort of imagining the little pots that you cook a French onion soup in.
Yeah, a little bit. But this guy doesn't care about any lid. He's stronger than any rat, roach, and flea combined. He'll rip that lid right off and just right on your puddings.
Stronger than the missionary mice?
Yeah, stronger than Metal Gear, I believe. The next one is a bit of a change of pace. Door Slammer. He's the 13th. He will just go to homes where everyone's asleep and then open and slam the doors several times in the middle of the night.
I think I live with one of those.
I believe that there is some reason to believe that this is a creature that was invented to explain how the harsh winds would just kind of bust doors open sometimes. But it is funnier to imagine this ripped, jacked troll whose younger brothers are all malnourished spoon lickers doing nothing but bothering you at midnight.
I don't miss the wind just taking doors since I moved. It's it was an issue before. I'd be like on the other side of the house and I'd just slam.
We get
now I
those
know
too.
why.
Yeah, there's door slammers nearby. You gotta be good, I guess. I don't think there is a way to prevent these guys from coming around. You just have to be tidy and nice and neat to prevent them from like obstructing your daily life too much.
Or leave your windows closed.
Yeah, or lock your door. I guess.
Yeah, I suppose both of those things would be good to do in winter in Iceland.
Yeah. Up next is a return to form. We have Skyer Gobbler, Skier, one of them. Are you aware of what Skier is, Skyer?
Based off of the picture I'm looking at, I'm going to assume that it's some sort of paste of some sort.
It is yogurt.
Yogurt, right?
It
oh
is
my god,
Icelandic
I did know
yogurt.
that. I've seen that at the store. How did I forget that?
Yeah. This guy sneaks his way into the homes and cracks open the barrels of fermenting yogurt and just slurps it all down in the middle of the night. And we have explanations for the wind slamming doors and for not leaving your leftovers out and for cleaning your dishes and such. I am in the camp that this one was meant to explain away Dad getting the munchies at midnight and having himself a helping of the yogurt barrel.
Yeah. He comes back for what the milk thief didn't get.
Exactly. Sausage Snatcher is next. Which really, all of these are putting Door Slammer as like the black sheep of the family. He's jacked, but he's also not hungry.
Yeah.
Sausage Snatcher would break into smokehouses and rafters of homes, and with apparently a very large meat hook, would steal sausage. He'd hide in the rafters, waiting for dinner to be cooked, and then he'd zip down and snatch him up as quickly as he could. So if there were just missing sausage links, it's his fault, apparently.
I do like when folks from folklore just come with their own tools like this.
Yeah. He's prepared. He's equipped. He knows his lot in life, and he's... I guess it doesn't take any equipment to lick spoons or slam doors, but, like, this guy's taking it seriously. More seriously than the others.
Yeah, he came prepared.
Yeah, he's on a mission. And, you know, he's not, like, walking out the door eating them either. He takes them and he bails. This is a heist. A sausage heist.
Mm-hmm.
Glugelgagger, who I pronounce his name poorly exclusively because it's the funniest to me. Window Peeper. He looks in windows. He looks for bad kids through windows and rats on them to his mom, who will then eat them. He's a snitch.
Well, you know, that's better than the kind of window peeping I was expecting.
Yeah. Next is Gata Thiefer, or Doorway Sniffer, who really feels like he's not taking his job seriously because he is going from house to house and sniffing at the gaps under doorways to find food. But all of his brothers have already been stealing sausages, yogurt, and burnt-on crumbs for days before he gets involved. So, I don't know about you, it feels a bit like he's slacking off. He should be the first one.
Yeah, like I saw this guy on the picture, and I'm just like, that's gotta be the strangest one of the bunch. He's just got this big nose they drew him with, and he's just smelling stuff.
Yeah. It's just sniffing. He is apparently searching for his favorite meal, the Icelandic delicacy of lafabröd, or leaf bread, which, fun fact, I almost tried making for stream, but things got a little too complicated here in the holidays, so I didn't do.
One small bite is enough to fill the belly of a grown man.
And one small sniff is enough to have you sniffing at doorways for the rest of your life, apparently. Okay, here's a minor correction. Sausage Swiper doesn't have a hook. I correct myself because the next one is Ketkroker, or Meat Hook. He's the one with the hook.
I do see him in the back.
Has indiscriminate tastes and wait for the whole family to fall asleep and would steal meat using his hook. He didn't care if it was new meat, old meat, or bad meat, and he didn't care if it was sausage because his little brother already got those. He just slide in, steal them right off the hook, and run away.
I mean, really, the sausage was what you made with the meat that you weren't going to eat otherwise, so...
Yeah.
Really, this guy's got the right idea.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe this is the reason why in all the pictures I'm finding, he's got a better build than his sausage swiping brother. He's eating the good stuff.
It's funny, the picture I'm looking at, they actually gave Sausage Swiper a meat hook as well, so I'm like, it didn't even occur to me that there was just this other guy over here named Meat Hook.
Maybe they share. You know, Sausage Swiper comes around, maybe he's got the hook for a few days, and once all the sausages are taken care of, passes it off to Big Brother Meat Hook, who takes care of the rest.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the pan liquor and the pot liquor aren't already doubling up, right?
Exactly. And the doorway sniffer, he should have started on day 1. He's out here on day 10.
Maybe he's there to check to see if you've like actually replenished stock somewhat.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. He's the
Who's cooking
monitor.
something new?
Yeah. It's like, oh, these people think they're done because we swiped all their stuff? Think again. Here's one safe day, and all you hear is a dog sniffing at the door, but it's not a dog, it's me!
Just when you thought it was safe.
Just when you thought it was safe. Just lost all your Skyer, and you think something's coming tonight? No, but it's the eye of the storm, baby.
Mm-hmm.
And the last one is Candle Stealer, who is gross, and also really cruel compared to all the others. Famine is one thing, and losing all of your food is tragic and dangerous to any family, especially when these guys were relevant, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
But for a period of time, there were extremely important candles that were given to children so that they could find their way home after dark, which was extremely early at these times of year. And this guy would follow kids around, and if they put their candles down, he would steal them and eat the candle. So that the child could not get home, and also he wanted to eat the candle.
Now, I wonder. So, like, obviously, you know, candle wax. Where would you be getting a wax in Iceland? Do they have?
It would have to
bees
be
in
tallow.
Iceland? Yeah. So yeah, if it's like animal fat, then yeah, I could see one of these guys trying to eat that.
Yeah, but this guy's inconveniencing children and putting them in danger for the sake of biting into the old Icelandic equivalent of a stick of butter.
Yeah.
I guess when your brothers have stolen everything else, you make do.
You know, like he's got a brother over here whose gimmick is he smells the door. I think he makes a little bit more sense because at least he's gonna survive off of that.
Yes. You know what? When we have the spoon licker who is singled out as being particularly malnourished and unhealthy, I guess eating candles can't be that bad. At least he's not like wasting away from his poor festive habit. Anyway, that's the Yule lads. I wish America and maybe Canada appreciated these funny little fellows a little bit more than they do. I would happily be a proponent of Yule lad festivities in America. If anyone's from Iceland, hit me up.
Yeah, I like that all the artwork I'm seeing of them has them like as almost sort of like jolly comical characters when they actually seem like they should be at least a little bit terrifying.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of art out there, especially older art that depicts them as being these kind of monstrous creatures, but I imagine that the Iceland Tourism Board may have had a hand in a makeover for them in recent decades.
Just, yeah, yassified Yule lads a little bit.
Exactly, make them not so terrifying for travelers. I wish I had other traditions to speak of, but these are the ones that I'd looked up most recently, so I don't have a lot of others.
Yeah, the only other one I've got is what we called Christmas in July.
Do you do anything special for that?
Not anymore. My grandparents used to have like a condo down in Florida, and they would go there for the winter. And so we'd be like, well, they're not going to be here for Christmas, so let's just do presents in July before they leave.
Yeah, all right, fair.
They don't have that condo anymore, so I will see them in a couple of days.
Oh. Well, if you're looking for something to talk about, I know of roughly 13 Icelandic fellows that would love to meet your grandparents, I guess.
Apparently there's a Netflix series that the Yule lads are on.
What?
Yeah. Hilda.
Hilda? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I've seen Hilda. It's good. That's a good show.
Yeah. I googled and I'm like, oh, it's CalArts Yule lads. Okay.
Oh. You know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. That they would be on that show.
Yeah. One of them does indeed seem to have peg legs.
Oh, good. That's the first one. Sheepcoat Claude. That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sit tight, everybody. We are having one more guest join us, if you don't mind, Joe.
No, go right ahead.
Hello, hello.
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 Hello. Would you like to introduce yourself to the chat? If you're talking now, I can't hear you.
Hi.
There you go.
Here, let me turn you up real quick. I think
My
I've got you
alert
really
is
low.
backwards, and that's really what's messing me up the most, I think.
Alright, you should be good now. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Zip. I'm Lushy's partner. I'm here to sit by the fire and roast a marshmallow and ban the people in chat that are setting out links.
Yeah, we got a couple of those. That's okay.
Be gone, bots.
Be gone, bots.
So, hun, we're sitting here talking about Christmas traditions. Near and far. Are there any that you recall from your time? Your time on this earth?
You know, I don't have anything too specific that my family did that I can think of, but as something we do with the kids is that we have the really mad Santa Claus, and it's only when he looks happy are they good enough to have the gifts.
I do remember this.
Yeah, he's just sitting there on the mantelpiece. We got him from a grab claw machine, and he is permanently mad with the way that he's stitched. So the joke is that you'll never be good enough.
Maybe someday.
Someday, anger claws will smile down upon us.
I'm sure everyone's got something like that. But, well, I suppose we're out of tradition talk. For the most part, aside from the pickle thing, I didn't have much, that was consistent year to year in regards to Christmas. Not that my family did anything particularly, wild and crazy. It was pretty common to go visit my grandparents around this time, have a family with that, or have a dinner with that extended family. Though I don't know that there was a whole lot worth going into there. It was just kind of a cozy family time. I know that the men of the house would usually hang out with my grandfather, who was perpetually in the basement watching either football or various other festive showings. Rarely like movies or anything. I'm trying to remember the news anchor that he really liked back then.
Not one of the big ones, I assume. Like, it's not like a Walter Cronkite we're talking.
Walter Cronkite is exactly the one.
Oh, wow, okay.
He would put on old VHS tapes of Walter Cronkite talking about vaguely festive stuff.
Gosh.
While everyone else in the family who did not want to watch that would usually go upstairs and eat 16 people's worth of cheese platters that my grandmother would set out. And she was extremely insistent on refilling every single time it went empty.
I think we're ready to. I think Zip's ready to come back in.
Oh, yep. Sit tight, everybody.
Welcome back.
Testing.
Welcome
thank
back.
You.
There we go.
I'm having a weird Discord error, but I think I'm okay now.
You should be good. I was just talking about spending Christmas at my grandparents', eating an absurd amount of cheese and fruits on the platters that my grandmother would set out well before dinner, and then of course she'd get upset that we were all full before the meal came out. Like she wasn't stuffing us like pigs.
That sounds like something I would do.
I only hope that you don't reach the same ridiculous heights that my grandmother did to prepare for dinners, and then leave nobody hungry.
Yeah, that's my job, right?
Sure, but usually you wait for them to get full off of the dinner.
Sure. We'll see how New Year's goes with my planning.
Yeah, we'll see.
I know I had an aunt who used to make Christmas cookies for like everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Every house would get like a tin of these cookies with like, you know, homemade frosting on them. And I sort of taken over that a bit. I'm going to be baking my butt off tomorrow after work.
Oh, I imagine that you'll be in good company all around, as I think we'll be doing some of that ourselves soon.
Yeah. Unlike with my aunt, though, I don't get the cookie tins back at the end of the year. So I have to go out and buy new ones every time.
What you should do is, at the end of the year, they put those things on, like, clearance. And you go and get, like, the cardboard ones.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, if you check
And then you just put them away.
check a craft store near you, and they tend to sell them on super clearance, like the week after New Year's.
I just wound up going to, I think I got these at, I think at the Dollarama.
Yeah, that'll do. You can't really get a deeper discount than at the dollar store.
Yeah.
Side
I did
note.
think of... Oh, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead. My point was very silly.
Well, mine is, I did think of another weird Christmas tradition type thing that is, I think, I can't even say I think it's exclusive to here. It is definitely exclusive to here.
Please, go ahead.
There's a thing that was making the rounds on the internet, you know, earlier in the month. People were calling sort of nightmare fuel, and you may have seen it. It's like
Yes.
the giant talking Christmas tree.
Yes.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You have that thing.
Woody the talking Christmas tree.
Woody the Christmas tree.
It's a
Makes the
relic
rounds
from my
every single
childhood.
year.
Yeah, like, and the thing is, he was gone for like a solid decade and a half.
Just enough time for children who knew of him in their early years to start wondering where he went in their early adulthood.
Yeah, like, I guess he just wasn't profitable for the mall to bring back.
Until
and
now.
Now they're doing it because I guess nostalgia sells, and you know, how are you going to get people back into the mall? They're desperate for that, I suppose.
Is this nostalgia selling, or is it like a Creep Factory?
It's gotta be nostalgia. I mean, like, how many malls do a huge display with the biggest tree they can possibly get, real or fake? And how many of them just don't make the next step to have a big talking face on it? That's memorable. And if that was your childhood, if like being 6 to 8 meant going to the mall with your family, talking to Santa, and then looking up at good old Woody, even if he scared you, that's something you carry with you back to the rest of your life. Goodness knows I don't remember all the trees that I saw in malls. They didn't talk back to me.
There was even like a ritual that the kids would do in order to wake the tree up on the first day that he was available. They just had everybody yell, "Wake up, Woody," like 3 or 4 times until, you know, the person inside make the eyes open.
Wait, there's a person inside?
Well, I mean, it's a giant tree, right? It's not like... It's not a real thing.
Well, yeah, I got that, but I just... Alright, fair. Here I was thinking that it was like largely electronic with like a PA speaker, and that was about it.
Well, yeah, but like, you know, there would be somebody inside of the whole shebang.
Here I was... You said inside of it, and I was thinking of like the Rice Krispie elves. Just like sitting in the tree.
piloting
Sorry,
it like
the
a
Keebler
Gundam.
elves. Muppeting this tree face.
In order to make Woody the talking Christmas tree activate, we have to be drift compatible.
Drift compatible with a tree.
Yeah,
But-
between that and the Oyster Festival mascots, I guess, you know, Halifax is just all about those creepy mascots.
I don't think you can be a seaside town and not have a creepy mascot. There's always something wrong with seaside towns. Speaking as someone who came from one prior to moving to good old California, there's something wrong about seaside towns, and I don't think you can get more seaside than Halifax.
It's true. Stephen King was onto something.
Lovecraft had something going on.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. I don't think the town I used to live in had anything special during Christmas. Granted, the town that I was in was very well known for being boring and having nothing to do and nowhere to go. So everyone would go to the next town over, and depending on which side of town you lived in, that would be the next state, because we were so close to the state line.
Oh, yeah.
So there wasn't a whole lot going on there. I do know that it was a big holiday for teenagers to go out and do stupid stuff, but that's normal anyway.
And I suppose any like small town is going to have that sort of feel too. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that, you know, Nova Scotia has 2 cities in total in it, and one of them happens to be Halifax, and the other one is also a place that's boring and has nothing to do.
Yeah, fair. We really didn't have a whole lot going on in town, but I do remember certain days, if you went outside at the right time, you'd look out to the creeks that would eventually flow into the ocean, marshes and such, and they would be full of just massive piles of snow floating on the ice, like miniature icebergs. And if you got them on a sunny morning, the mist would be riding along with them, just flowing over the bridges, which were very close to the water. Made for a very, very beautiful sight, but the moment it got warm, it all went away.
Yeah.
I do remember around this time, some years back, was one of the first times I ever walked home from school. Premeditated, of course, but somewhat by necessity, because a snowstorm hit really, really, really hard, and nobody could really get to the school. But I lived close enough that I could walk, so I just did it. And it went largely well, you know, is walking in the snow, everyone's largely prepared. But I remember getting in the house, and I had gotten so cold that just getting into the vaguely warm house left my nose feeling like it was on fire.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
absolutely scorching. And when I went to take off my my woolen cap, I'd found that icicles had grown from my bangs and were tinkling against my face like wind chimes. I had to go into the shower with a comb to try and take them out. And I still have very strong memories of that. Apparently I'd taken so long to get home by trudging through the snow that my parents had gotten worried and called the school to make sure that I was okay, only to be informed that I was not there. But I had entered the house right as they were thinking about asking the neighbors if they'd seen me. You know, walking in looking like an abominable snowman, absolutely covered head to toe in snow. Had to crack me out of it like an egg.
I'm a little surprised that school was open that day then.
It hadn't snowed at the start, but in the first 3 periods of the day, it started blizzarding super hard.
Oh.
I think they let school out early because it was so bad, but it ended up calming down shortly after that, and they didn't want to say, well, never mind, come back.
It's a little hard to bring the students back after, you know, sending them home.
Don't know a single parent or student who would ever just say, like, no, I'm sure, I'll go back.
Yeah.
Right. Like, no, I'm not gonna bother. That was about this time some years back. I remember walking through the snow, finding all the spots where the roads were uneven. They'd fill up with water and become sharp ice frisbees, which we probably shouldn't have been throwing at each other as kids, but we did anyway.
Perhaps.
They'd make the most amazing sounds when they shattered. Not quite like glass, but not quite like ice cracking either. I'm sure that this is something that you are at least vaguely familiar with, given that you are far more northerly than I have ever been.
Oh yeah. You know, I think
get that out here.
The best ice situation is when it when the ground, you know, when like water gets into the ground and freezes and like the mud cracks.
Yes.
And you just have like this weird crystallized mud stuff that if you step on, it makes the crinkly sound.
Oh yeah. That's
like fun.
It's like if gravel were magical.
Yes.
Yeah.
The ground turned into bubble wrap that's somehow more satisfying.
Oh yeah. We would have a creek that would run past my house that would always freeze over during the colder months. But only the water on the top. The water underneath would keep flowing. So you'd be able to just find a spot in the frozen mud to sit down and just watch as the bubbles traveled along under the ice.
Oh yeah, flowing water does not tend to freeze that much.
Yeah. It tended to flood a lot, so I imagine the stagnant water on top is what tended to freeze over while the underneath was kept flowing through the melting flows and such.
Yeah.
But it was as close to magic as we got out there. Especially since that was where all the frogs would live, and they'd just kind of suspiciously disappear when it got too cold, and then crawl their way out of the frozen mud come spring.
Yeah, good on them for being able to dig.
Yeah. Do you get frogs much up in Halifax?
I mean, they do exist up here. It's just, you know, when you're in a city.
Yeah, alright, fair.
Yeah.
They're not prone to hanging around.
Like, the city itself is, in a lot of places, a lot more, like, it's trying to be wildernessy. Like, there's trees all over the place, even in town, just because, like, they line the roads with the trees. It's a whole lot. It's nice because, you know, sometimes they get shade, you know, they absorb groundwater. Honestly, there should be trees all over every city.
Yes, and you know, props to them for trying. Too many cities don't.
Yeah. The only downside is when they blow over and land on power lines.
Yeah, who does that even bother?
We get hurricanes, you know, for a whole season, so it can happen.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, you get hurricanes that far.
Yeah.
Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a snack.
Yep.
Go for it.
Fair enough. Suppose, was it very hilly where you grew up?
No, we were, pretty much the entire state was at about sea level, so,
no good tobogganing then?
Not really. You'd have to go out of state to find a spot, and even then, you had to go pretty far to find something that didn't immediately end in a highway. Not that anyone was driving that quickly, when you could go sledding or anything.
I know we had a pretty sizable hill almost directly across the street from where I lived as a kid. And the bottom of the hill ended in a lake, so you had to stop before you got to the bottom. But like, it was enough that you would be sliding for like a full 2 minutes before you got to the actual bottom.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
It was pretty good. You know, people would build ramps here and there. Last time I was in the area, it looked like they were trying to like do developments in the place, and I hope that didn't happen.
Oh, you can't
just
do
because,
that.
Yeah, it was like a perfect sledding hill.
You gotta keep your hills. I know when I first moved to the north as a kid, one of the first things my parents got to convince me to not be so sour about it was a plastic sled, which was by all regards a very good one, and probably would have been a fantastic gift if we hadn't have realized later that year that we would have had to drive nearly an hour to get to the nearest hill that was any good for using it on.
Oh yeah.
Like with icy roads and snow, so we never did it ever. I think we brought it up to my grandparents' place with the expectation of using it, and it happened to be a very dry winter that year, so it never snowed in the first place. And to this day, it has gone unused because there just isn't a place to use it. Disappointing,
that is
but
rough.
yeah. Pretty much all of the slopes where I lived were just the banks on the edge of rivers and creeks and such, which were not great sledding.
I actually wound up just looking on Google Maps using the satellite view.
Yeah.
And map data from 2022, that land is still undeveloped.
Oh. Do you think you'll ever go back for old time's sake?
Oh god, no, I'm almost 40, man.
Yeah, what's stopping you? Having one
back
sled
pain?
day? Yeah, back pain, schmack pain.
I'll go down the hill once, I will die.
Ah, you're fine.
It's also very far away.
Like how far?
How
many hours?
Well, on Google Maps, so let's do the directions here.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't drive, so I'm gonna have to take the bus.
Which
From
is
my
always
location.
accessible and totally fine after it has snowed.
Yeah. I don't want to leave now because it's almost midnight.
I mean, well, right now might be the best estimation Google gives you for, you know,
Oh no, the bus is
travel
almost
time
all
minus traffic.
No, the bus is almost all stopped running after like 10 p.m.
No, just for time estimation.
If I want to arrive by 2 p.m., it will take me an hour and 44 minutes. I will have to transfer buses 3 times. With 12 minutes of walking in between.
If the opportunity does arise by random chance, will you go down that hill once for me?
So as if I was to find myself over there with a sled, I would go down the hill.
Well, thank you. That warms my heart on these cold, cold days.
I also don't at all understand what's going on with this bus route.
Buses just don't run the way they used to.
It like goes down through by my old elementary school, then back around. It's like, take this loop and then come back and get off the bus. I'm like, no, just get off the bus before it goes around that loop.
I mean, maybe they don't want you crossing the street there.
Maybe. There's a crosswalk.
Maybe it's a particularly dangerous crosswalk. Maybe it's haunted.
I used to live there. It's pretty fine. The street has gotten busier since I left.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's things change, you know.
Yeah, they sure do. I haven't bothered to check in at my parents' place yet. I don't. They're in a part of the country that is largely regarded as like historical, so things don't really change there a lot.
Oh yeah.
It took, I think, something like 4 or 5 years straight of local campaigns to try and get a chain grocery store in town. Is that persnickety?
That's so weird. Like, I can see, I don't know, maybe it, like, I suppose they need to, like, actually tear down a lot and, like, build a whole new place for most chain grocery stores, right?
Yeah. Though I think this might have been an occasion where there was just something else that wasn't using that spot, so I don't know that it was that big a deal, really.
Yeah.
Not logistically, anyway.
My god, the people who bought my old house have a trampoline.
Go back, use it. You have bloodline rights.
And a swimming pool.
Oh. Above ground or below ground?
It looks above ground. It looks like they straight up attached it right to the old back deck.
Oh, getting creative with it.
Yeah. Which unfortunately means they covered up one of my rhubarb patches.
Do you really think that would have lasted without you?
Oh yeah, that stuff came back every year without like any actual maintenance.
It's like bamboo, but delicious.
It is. Oh my god, I miss fresh rhubarb so bad.
What's stopping you from planting some now?
Lack of yard.
Counterpoint, get really into grow light growing in a room.
You want me to set up a hydroponic rhubarb crop in my closet or something?
Yeah. And when the cops come by knocking on the door looking for some sort of illicit activity, they just find the closet full of rhubarb.
Oh man, that would be something.
I'm telling you, you gotta manifest your future. You gotta be the change you want to see in the world.
I'm almost glad that I didn't ever bother to plant any at the old place I just moved out of, because I would not want to have enriched that landlord at all.
Do you think that landlord would have cared about rhubarb?
I don't know. That landlord was super petty. Oh my god. Like, I'm still not sure if we're done with her or not.
I guess
she was trying to bill us for so much nonsense as we were moving out, and I'm just like, hey, how about you give me an itemized list of expenses and, you know, see what you can justify.
Yeah, we'll be on our way.
We never heard back.
Of course. You wouldn't want her to slip in a hidden rhubarb fee, so.
She was trying to bill us to pick up garbage that she left from roofing when we moved in.
Wow.
She's like, there's trash outside. Here's some stuff in the bushes from when we did work, and here's a can in the backyard that blew in from the neighbors.
Well, neither of these are my fault, so no.
Yeah. It's like, that'll be, like, and the weirdest thing was the breakdown was like, this is the price for what we're spending for inside, and this is the price for what we're spending for outside. And she had trash removal on both, and it was like $300 to pick up a can, apparently. I'm like, no, get out here.
So you've got me thinking about rhubarb pie.
It's so good.
It is. My folks used to grow it, but we never got enough to like make anything with it. I always thought it was kind of a colder month thing, rhubarb pie, but I guess it's not. Apparently, it's a very bad idea to let rhubarb get very cold.
Oh yeah, it's a very juicy. I can't even say it's fruit. It's not fruit. It's like a stem.
Apparently, if it's picked wrong, it can cause kidney problems and permanent damage to organs.
Oh yeah, you gotta, you know, take off the leaf on top and the root on the bottom, and you know, I would peel. I don't know if you need to peel it, but I always peeled it.
It looks like celery. It's what's there to peel?
There's a red skin on the outside.
Is it not red all the way through?
No, it's green on the inside.
Do I just fundamentally not understand rhubarb despite having it in my garden for 10 years?
You may not. I don't know. Like, are you sure it was rhubarb and not some sort of Swiss chard?
No, it's definitely rhubarb, but when you make rhubarb pie, it comes out red. Is that because of everything else?
I don't know that. Usually people don't just make rhubarb on its own. Usually it's strawberry and rhubarbs.
Yeah, that's probably because of the strawberries.
Yeah, no, once you get the skin off, it's, there's a little bit of red inside, but, like, it's mostly green.
I'm looking this up. I don't believe you.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it is very green inside. Wow. I guess it's been 5 years since I've last had rhubarb in my hands. It's not like it's a regular thing to talk about.
Yeah, it's one of those weird, like, it's such a strange crop. Like,
Yeah.
it's not local, obviously.
No, I imagine, especially not in Halifax.
Yeah, no, it actually, you can't grow it from seeds in North America.
Wow, really?
Yeah, you need to actually, like, take the root from an existing plant and, like, cut it in half. And then,
You
it'll grow
graft
into
it.
new plants.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's native to China.
That makes sense. That makes sense, actually, yeah. It's got very
There was a
freaky looking
time-
flowers.
Hmm?
It's got very freaky looking flowers.
Yeah. There was a time in Europe when it was more expensive than saffron. Which, if you know how expensive saffron is,
Yeah.
I imagine...
Good God.
Yeah, I know you happen to live with a lot of baking going on sometimes, so you
Yeah.
are probably aware.
Yeah, that's a special treat sort of thing. That is a paella mostly, and that's it.
Yeah.
You don't make saffron pie, or do you?
I wouldn't imagine.
Maybe it's because the colder months have me in like pie mood that I'm thinking about this so much, but
I suppose, and like you can make pie out of preserved things too.
you can, and in
So-
fact, in some cases, that's better.
Yeah, so that would make sense for for pies in the winter.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do an apple pie, then you want the apples that you've got, chilling somewhere.
Barrel underground, or your fridge, I guess.
Yeah.
The marvels of modern technology. I mean, we got things like you can make a nut pie, like a pecan pie, a chestnut pie. Nuts keep well in the cold, and they're an important source of protein when you don't have meat.
Yeah.
Speaking specifically of the olden days, I guess that's still true now, but that's probably why these things were so relevant back in the day.
That's why the squirrels go for them.
Exactly. Maybe the squirrels would chill out a little bit if we lent them a little bit of pie.
God, I want strawberry rhubarb pie now.
I'm glad to contribute to your cravings.
No, I can't have it because there's obviously it's like almost midnight, all the stores are closed. But what I can do is, out in the cupboard, I have strawberry rhubarb jam.
Oh.
I could, in theory, make a peanut butter and jam sandwich later.
Do you, by chance, and I don't expect this to be the case, do you have any graham crackers in your cupboard?
Not graham crackers, no.
Okay. I was gonna say you could mash some up in like a little cup, put some jam in there, have yourself a mini rhubarb strawberry pie, sort of.
I actually do have little tart shells, frozen tart shells.
Oh.
I bought them one year thinking I was going to make custard tarts, and I did that like twice. And I would drop frozen fruit into them.
Ooh.
Because like we have like a bag of frozen berries in the freezer still. So in theory, I think I still have the custard powder too.
Yeah. Maybe
I know I wound up getting it because you were talking about making things with custard.
That's right. You know what? While we were moving, I refound the bird's custard that I bought so long ago to make what was it called again? Nanaimo bars.
Yeah.
Yeah. That custard powder is expired,
Long expired.
but I still have it. I
Yeah,
can't imagine that custard powder really goes bad, right?
Ask the internet, not me.
Yeah, I will before I use it. But, yeah, make yourself maybe a little custard tart. Put a little strawberry rhubarb jam on top. Midnight snack. With wildly inappropriate amounts of effort for the time that you're at.
Yeah, that feels like a whole lot for a midnight snack. It may, I don't know, maybe in the coming week. I know where Christmas this year falls on the weekend almost entirely. I'm still entitled to 2 days off from work, so I will have the weekend, and then I will have Monday and Tuesday to do nothing.
Make yourself a tart pie.
I may do that.
Yeah. We have a few treats planned for the days coming, either up to Christmas or up to New Year's. So I'm sure I'll be sharing pictures online, either in chats or on Twitter or whatever. I can't promise that I'll be making Nanaimo bars if my custard powder's bad.
Oh yeah.
But there are a few things that I hope to make that are seasonal. Do you have a favorite? You spoke about your aunt's cookies. Do you have a favorite holiday treat of such sort?
Well, it's hard to, okay, well, I mean, sugar cookies are obviously good any time of the year.
Yeah, it's a classic. But,
And I do have
not commonly eaten most times of the year. You could, but you don't.
Yeah. That's true. And yeah, I do obviously have like vivid memories of these things with this hard frosting on top of them that were just tasty. I do my best to approximate. Before I started trying to cook things, I had no idea frosting is so easy to make.
Yeah.
Just take the sugar and add a little milk.
Yeah, that's all. Maybe a little cream sometimes if you want it to be extra thick.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I drink skim milk, so that's what I have on hand.
Well, I wouldn't expect you to drink cream. I mean, you could if you want to, but don't let me gatekeep your cream experience.
Like, I know sometimes I buy buttermilk for my for biscuits, but I've never. Maybe cream would make the icing better.
Yeah, I think so anyway. But I am also American, so our standards of sweets are different.
That's true. If I had to pick, I don't know if this counts. There's a food that I had that I experienced only because it was part of a Christmas breakfast at one point. What my family does is we go out and in the morning we do a sort of Christmas breakfast with my sister.
Oh.
And one year she made French toast using banana bread.
Ooh.
And that was unreasonably good.
Have you had it since?
No.
Something
I don't
to think about.
Yeah, I don't make a lot of banana bread. I don't usually like egg at all, so it's not something I keep on hand. Like, we have some now just because I'm going to be making cookies, and sugar cookies need egg.
I mean, between this and the tarts, it seems like you've got a holiday brunch set. If you're willing to give it a shot.
Maybe. I mean, I also make a mean pancake.
Oh.
But I don't need to do that because that's happening at my sister's place.
Why would you want pancakes to be mean?
I mean, you wouldn't want your pancakes to be weak.
You
Hi,
want
Boingo.
spicy pancakes? Hello.
Would you like to
Hello.
introduce yourself to the stream?
Hello. I am Boingo Writer. A 90s ass robot. I try to be funny.
I think you're doing a great job. Welcome in.
Yeah, welcome aboard.
We're talking.
Oh shit, where we're sailing.
Talking about a holiday treats right now. If you have a favorite.
My family tends to be like, I don't know how to describe them, but like they're very cheap. So there's a thing we make called Christmas crack.
Christmas crack. I've heard of this, I think.
You lay out foil on a cookie sheet, you put down a bunch of saltine crackers.
Yes.
And then you make a very carameled candy, kind of like it's just water and brown sugar. You get that really hot, you pour it on the crackers, and then you put some chocolate chips on top. You put it in the oven for a little bit. You take it out, let it cool, and then you just crack it like peanut brittle.
My family never did this, but I knew a lot of families that did. I think it is a fairly Southern American thing to do this. It's also a frugal thing. It comes from a time when people didn't have a whole lot going on. But I don't
And
know
use
many
of
people in the
saltines is
north
a dead
that do this.
giveaway.
Yeah, yeah, it sure is.
I was thinking for a second, I'm like, that sounds like it would almost be decent if they used like graham crackers or something.
I mean, like you know, there's salted caramel. Why not salted caramel crunch?
The saltines work better because then you're just focusing on like the caramely thing you made and chocolate, and you don't really taste saltine. It's just like a salty little extra.
It
I
makes
suppose,
it,
yeah, it's
makes it
It's
al dente.
neutral.
it's there to add mouthfeel.
Yeah, there you go. It enhances
Uh,
the experience.
There's another one where you take 2 Ritz crackers, put some peanut butter in the middle of them, and then you dip them in white chocolate and just let them dry.
Oh, that doesn't sound bad at all. I imagine if I were to do that with the kids these days, I'd try and dress them up with like little snowmen with icing and such. I don't think we will, but I would try.
Working with chocolate of any sort is always a little bit of a nightmare.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
but white chocolate tends to not need all the fuss of regular chocolate.
It's true. It doesn't have a great risk of separating like regular chocolate does.
I suppose it's technically not chocolate, so that makes sense.
Yeah, it's all the parts of
red.
chocolate that are like good for stability, without having the parts that don't work with water well. And that's not exactly what I mean to say, but if you've ever used white chocolate or cocoa in cooking to any serious extent, you know what I mean.
I mean, this year we also made, the best way to describe it is Chex Mix nuts. You make Chex Mix sauce and you put them on nuts.
You know what? That doesn't sound bad.
Yeah.
As a long-time Chex Mix fan, it sounds lovely.
Mm-hmm.
I've known many people to make their own mix. I've never bothered to look up what it needs.
It's garlic, onion, Worcestershire.
You pronounced it right.
I did.
Worcestershire?
So many people can't do it.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire sauce?
A lot of people look at it and try to say that.
I mean, it's how it's written.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also fucking English, so it's fucking weird.
Yeah. Anyway.
Because that one island had, like, what, 15 goddamn languages?
They were
Yeah,
for
well, I
special
mean-
occasions. It's like it's the fine china of languages.
You keep getting conquered by people with different languages, that's what's going to happen.
You know, normally you
even
just
that,
kind of
like,
get rid of the old ones, but
Just, like,
sometimes you save them
native
for later.
Just native languages. You have English, but you also have Cornish and Welsh and Scots.
Well,
That's
English
true.
isn't a native language to the place.
Oh, that's true.
It was brought over by the Angles from Europe.
Yeah, it is Germanic.
Yeah. And then the French got in.
And then we stole a bunch of words from them.
Yeah. I mean, is it stealing when when your king is French and he's making you do things in French?
Yeah.
Yes, because our acquisitions outlast him.
Yeah. His whole family, like the modern monarchy, I'm pretty sure you can, maybe not like directly, but you can, if you go like by mothers in places, get back to William the Conqueror.
Something like that, yeah.
And he was French. Sort of.
Sort of.
He was also
Yeah, well-
Norse.
Well, the contemporary understanding of like what is French and what is all those different places is like very muddled because back then
France.
it was just a bunch of different tribes of people just moving around and doing shit.
Past a certain point, the origins of these tribes are lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose William the Conqueror was only a couple of hundred years after Charlemagne, and he was, under him, you know, France and Germany were all the same country, you know, under the Franks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back then it was just the Celts, the Franks, the Picts. Were the Goths still a thing?
I I don't think at that point, but don't quote me on that.
Hard to
And
say.
they were all the barbarians.
Though
Yeah,
that's
I
also
suppose
just
so.
anybody who doesn't speak Latin.
Yeah, and there were a lot of those.
But they were the ones that attacked a lot.
Yeah.
As was done of the time. So speaking of stealing from the French, I've actually got a Christmas treat that I'd actually intended to maybe not make on stream, but talk about on stream.
yeah?
But, you know, scheduling didn't permit. As a lot of chat may know, my one of my artists, 1221, or Shun, he's Danish. And Denmark has a slew of interesting traditions, including I'm ruining this name. I'm sorry. When Shun watches this back, I'm sorry. Risalamand. That is not how you pronounce it, but that's the best my English tongue will do. I believe it is roughly translated to rice and almond. It is a very unique dessert lunch question mark made of rice pudding mixed with whipped cream, sugar, vanilla, and chopped almonds. And it is served warm or cold. Or sorry, it's served with either warm or cold cherry sauce for drizzling and dipping and such. I was informed, as we spoke about Christmas traditions at some point, that there was a little bit of a game that would play using this treat. From what I understand, it would be delivered to the table in just a gigantic bowl, and everyone would kind of serve themselves or whatever. But it's got chopped almonds in it, but they would leave in purposefully one whole almond, and whoever managed to find it without eating it, I guess, would receive some sort of prize or gift or something along those lines. Don't recall exactly what that was, but it reminds me of the pickle a little bit, but in pudding. All in all, it doesn't look bad. I had intended to do maybe a little cooking showcase for stream to show off some of these interesting foods, and it didn't really work out, so maybe next year.
It does sound tasty.
Yes.
The whole almond thing just reminds me of the baby cakes from Mardi Gras, New Orleans.
Oh, yeah. I have no idea how you're supposed to eat those. Are you even...
Slice it, and if you get the baby, you gotta buy the next one.
Oh, okay. See, here I was thinking that you just bite into it, and if you bit into a baby.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt you would bite into a baby.
Yeah, alright, fair. And sometimes you gotta bite into a baby.
I mean, they're French. They're gonna bite into babies.
Oh, insert joke about Gilles de Rais here.
Who?
Oh,
Exactly.
shit. Fuck.
You know.
What?
God.
Before I ask further, is this something that would be safe for this stream?
I mean, he's been dead for hundreds of years, so...
Okay. Does it fit the chill vibe?
Not really, I don't...
Okay, cool. We'll save that for another day.
Hi, Boingo.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back, Zip.
Welcome back.
I was given Lushy Hot Cocoa. Sorry.
The dude, I can't remember the name. It's just a guy from like the past in France who had a really fucked up life.
Yeah, they had those back in those times.
No, like even more fucked up.
Yeah, like, I mean, he was also, you know, from the 100 Years' War period, so...
Yeah, they made new kinds of people back then.
Yeah. Like, he worked at times with Joan of Arc, so...
Whoa.
Yeah.
Crazy.
This is a long time ago.
Oh, we're talking about two different people.
Oh.
We may be. I'm talking
because I'm thinking the guy from like the 1800s who just ate everything.
Shoe nice?
Oh.
Hold on, let me.
So curious what the hell the topic is now.
If it is particularly gruesome, we'll save it for another time. But
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the guy I'm talking about is Yule de Ray, 1405 to 1440.
not a long life.
No, but I mean,
100 years war, you know, that was expected.
Live hard, live strong.
He was put to death for the things he did. So.
Oh yeah, the guy I was thinking of is Tarare. Tarrare.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not gonna go into that.
Yeah.
I don't know who this is, but I'll wait.
We're not gonna get into either of those. Not on this wholesome Christmas stream.
Yeah, like the guy I'm talking about he was also adapted into a character in the Fate series. So.
Damn.
Whoa. I guess who hasn't?
Exactly. If you're a historical figure, you've probably shown up there. And even some fictional characters, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure. You know, once history gets muddy enough.
Yeah, like what am I saying? Like the protagonist is King Arthur, and
yeah,
historically did not exist, as we know.
Yeah. But it may have been like Robin Hood, where there was a real person who inspired the myth.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know if you were here for when my video segment aired, but I have Robin Hood beef.
He's French.
Well, Robin Hood isn't French, but King Richard is. When he came back from the Crusades, he wouldn't have gone to Nottingham to see what's going on with his brother there. He would have gone to his court in France. That's what he cared about.
Mm.
That's not narratively interesting, though.
It's true.
And you're going to tell me next that Robin Hood wasn't a fox.
Hey,
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Things were
He
different
may
back
well
then.
have been.
They made people different back then.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm surprised Disney hasn't went like, wait a second, and just made Robin Hood like the ancestor of fucking Nick from Zootopia.
All right, fair.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that.
I think they don't want to acknowledge their old cartoons very much.
See, that's the thing. Like, I could see them trying to do. Imagine doing one of the modern live action remakes of like their Robin Hood. Except they just end up doing everybody as a CGI fox and whatnot, like they did with like the Cats movie.
Don't be cowards. Just put everyone in fursuits.
You know, it would have made Cats way better.
If they didn't do what they did.
Well, that and if they didn't have a choice about whether to make it or not, make it in claymation.
No. See, I was gonna say maybe like practical costumes.
No, we don't do those anymore.
Sure.
Speaking of cats, I don't know if you can hear that.
I can't.
Good. Okay.
We cats.
Would you like to bring your cat onto the stream?
No, she's out there fighting my other cat.
Oh. Would you like to bring your other cat onto the stream?
Oh, it's best if I just let them do their thing out there.
Would you like me to sing "What's New, Pussycat"? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Can you do it with a Christmas sort of feel?
Ran out of Jingle Bells. I'm sorry.
Ah, damn.
Interestingly enough, Tom Jones is Welsh.
Oh, it all ties back.
Yeah, right back to the UK.
Yeah.
I think there's just a lot of actors and singers that aren't British but come from that area that most Americans just go like, they're fucking whatever, they're British.
Yeah.
I mean, for the average American, the limit of what is a British person is pretty much, did you come from the land we ran away from? Then you're British.
Well, yeah, and that is technically true. Like, Britain is both... Britain is the one island there. And the British Isles also includes Ireland and the Channel Isles and whatnot. But Britain itself is comprised of, like, three different distinct countries.
Yeah.
England, Scotland, and Wales. And
only
Northern
two of
Ireland
them can
count as a
act.
country, or is it like weird?
Northern Ireland would count as... I mean, it's not in Britain, technically. It's in Ireland. Like, the island proper. So it is technically like its own little thing over there. I don't know how they would like break that down exactly.
That is such a delicate situation that I don't know that we can get deep into it.
It causes a lot of trouble.
Oh yeah,
it's true.
Aha!
And it all
We're
goes
waiting
back
for
to the
the
English.
Irish-
It's their fault.
The Irish reunification of 2024 any day now.
Oh yeah. Someday.
I mean, considering how world politics have fucking shaken out the last couple of years, it doesn't seem like it's far off.
Yeah. Scotland's talking about leaving.
All right, before we go any further on that stint,
Yes.
why don't we reel it in a little bit?
Okay.
Yeah. I guess, Boingo, I've only asked you about holiday treats so far. Do you have any particular traditions or memories that you'd like to share with us?
Well, we got a lot of little traditions that aren't like, we don't like ritualize it. It's just more of like, this is what we do because this is what we do.
Yeah. I mean, that's how family works, you know. You do things over and over again, not because someone's telling you to, but because it's just kind of how you do things.
Yeah. So like, my whole family scoffs at just the plain bauble Christmas tree ornaments. If your Christmas tree doesn't look like a Cracker Barrel threw up on it, it's not a Christmas tree.
So
we
decorating
got, like,
must be a big deal.
Yeah, no, it's little wooden signs and plushies and just like, it's more handicrafty and that kind of stuff.
It's cute.
So the biggest tradition though is Christmas morning. Our breakfast is always Christmas Captain Crunch and muffins.
I like that. I like that.
Sorry to laugh, but I didn't know they made Christmas Captain Crunch and also muffin.
Oh well, we make the muffins.
Oh, okay. What is the choice Christmas morning muffin?
When it was just my parents, they had blueberry, but
Okay.
because me and my sister grew up and we weren't the biggest fans of some sour foods, we just made chocolate chip.
Fair. You know, a fine choice for every occasion.
Yeah.
And the Christmas Captain Crunch is because my family did not have a lot of money, and that was just like a fun little treat.
Yep, fair. A lot of people do Count Chocula for the same reason.
But
cereal's fun.
Yeah. And on Christmas Eve, we just go eat Chinese because we don't want to bother.
You know what? Yeah, my family goes out to sushi every year for Christmas because we also don't want to bother.
Yeah. My parents, when we weren't with my grandmother, who made a big deal of things, my parents would get Chinese every single year. The Christmas dinner itself was usually something big, even if we weren't with other family, but Christmas Eve is very much like conserving your energy, because it's going to be a long one the following day.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of my family's traditions just revolve around what we're eating for dinner. Like, it's just the easy thing to plan.
That's the human condition there. There are certain times a year where we can afford to eat a little bit more special than otherwise. So it stops being just berries and rabbits, and it becomes Icelandic yogurt, I guess. That's what we call in the comedy world a callback.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't. Oh.
We were talking about Icelandic traditions earlier.
The Yule lads.
Mm-hmm.
No, like we do to St. Patrick's, corned beef and cabbage.
Oh yeah.
of course, there's Thanksgiving, but on that we watch Back to the Future.
Why do you watch Back to the Future on Thanksgiving?
I don't know. We just started doing it, and we do it every year.
Do you just? Is it just the first one, or is it all of them?
We try to watch all of them, but it's usually just the first one.
All right, fair.
Christmas. I'm trying to think of anything other specific. We had a lot more traditions when extended family were a lot bigger part, but they're just away in time and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, things change, and that's normal.
Like my grandmother, the only decoration she would have in her tree were these little tiny red birds.
Oh.
So it's just a tree just filled with little red birds.
I mean, I guess if you have like 100 of the same thing, if one breaks, you're not going to notice for a while.
No, it's birds and apples. Like little tiny apples and little tiny birds. Was
she a teacher?
She worked in the school district, yes. I don't think she was a teacher, but she worked in the school district.
Okay, that's... I don't know why I'm having word association in that fashion, but that feels like a very teacher thing to do. Birds and apples.
I have an aunt and uncle who are both teachers.
Do they like birds and apples?
I don't know. I
Did
just
you
know
ask
that my
them?
uncle got like fucking whiskey every fucking Christmas.
Ah, the life.
Yeah, that's a common one in a lot of places.
Yeah.
You know,
I
I
think
think
to get them booze.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm sure some of the traditions is stave off the cold, have some booze, but at the same time, it's a good gift to give someone if you don't know what to give them otherwise. You know they like it, they finish it, and they're not gonna have it lying around like any other gift. It's gonna like expire sometime, so you can afford to give them a little extra. It's not like giving someone a sweater and then the next package they open up from their aunt is the same sweater.
Yeah. That's the thing about having Christmas down here in the South. Like you're getting winter clothes is not really a thing because you only use them for like 1 week out of the year.
It's true. It's true. I grew up in Texas, and that was very much the case. You just don't get. It's the only time when you can get winter clothing because they just don't sell it otherwise. But nobody needs it.
Yeah.
It feels that way here in California too. Never mind that we have mountains where people go to ski, but like the vast majority of people here don't do that. So
yeah, but that's like turning on winter.
Yeah, but that's the thing is that a lot of people don't bother, so they'll get like a winter coat from someone who thinks they're being thoughtful, and it sits in the closet for 6 years.
Yeah. No. Okay. So here's this goofy little story.
Mm-hmm.
There's a local grocery store chain that's very like Florida pride. You know, a lot of Floridians really enjoy it. They go to bat for it all the time. Called Publix.
Oh yeah.
So, family was watching TV. A Publix commercial turned on, but you couldn't tell it was a Publix commercial at first, because it's just like, oh, get groceries from your local place, blah blah blah, and it was snowing, and I'm going like, okay, and then Publix shows up, and I go like, why the fuck, you Floridian ass grocery chain, are doing? That's not Florida. Why would they be going to Publix?
Where in the world do you have a Publix and snow in the same Venn diagram?
Exactly.
One extremely high altitude place in northern Florida, maybe. I don't know.
Florida's flat.
Yeah, it sure is.
There ain't no mountain. The closest mountain is in northern Georgia.
Some Florida man has made a concrete mountain for fun just to get snow.
Yeah, Florida's where the Appalachians went to die.
It's true.
Yeah. I mean, you say that, but also, like, my family came from the Appalachians. Appalachian Mountains.
I mean, technically, they run through up here, too. It's weird.
And they're older than bones.
Yeah.
I know there's, like, the whole thing where, like, they also cross over into the UK and up into Norway, because that's where the mountain chain originally went.
Mm-hmm.
But in a very real sense, they also hit part of France.
It all keeps coming back to France.
Yeah. And you know what part of France they hit? They hit Saint Pierre and Miquelon.
No.
Which is a tiny island off the coast of Newfoundland. But it counts.
There's something poetic about Appalachia being where they are and then going up into like Scotland, because that's where part of it is. It's the Scottish Highlands.
That's true.
Because guess where a lot of Scots people, when they immigrated to America, ended up?
Right here.
Right in Appalachia.
Yeah. I was going to say right here, because I'm living in New Scotland.
Yeah, well, yeah, too. But, like, there's a good number of Scots up and down Appalachia.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Feels like home.
Yeah.
It's just swampier.
Like, legitimately, I would go visit grandparents every summer in North Carolina in a place called Highlands.
Yeah.
I believe that's where Beavis and Butthead was set.
Oh, maybe.
Aren't they set in the same fucking town that King of the Hill set in?
No.
That's Arlen, Texas. I wish there was that crossover, but I don't think that's the thing.
No, yeah, they're different places.
Prototype Hank Hills and Beavis and Butthead. Mike
Yeah,
Touch
Mr. Anderson.
Voice.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, he's got when you've got the voice nailed down that good, you may as well keep at it, right?
H. John Benjamin knows that well.
It's true. Although he does have some range, it's just people don't ask him to do it.
Yeah, and well, that's the thing. Like, having range doesn't matter if people just want you for what you've got.
Yeah. You've seen home movies, right?
Not much.
Okay, well, so he was Coach McGurk on that.
Yeah.
But he was also Jason, one of the other kids.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that you wouldn't recognize his voice. Also, on Bob's Burgers, he's Bob, and he's also Jimmy Pesto Jr.
And oh yeah, that's true. Well, he's only Jimmy Pesto Jr. as of the last season in the movie.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh.
The voice actor for Jimmy Pesto Jr. was at the January 6th insurrection and got canned from the show shortly thereafter. And
I can imagine that.
H. John Benjamin just kind of took over for that, and I think that was for the final season and for the movie.
Okay,
which is
that
why
makes
he
sense.
doesn't have very many lines anymore.
Yeah, given what I know of H. John Benjamin, politically speaking, that makes 100% perfect sense.
Yes.
I know he was on the Sam Cedar show just the other day. Sam, of course, also voices Hugo, the food inspector.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever watched Nathan for You?
No, I've never even heard of that.
Oh, well, that's a conversation for another time. But in the first episode of that show, H. John Benjamin shows up because he's like a friend of Nathan, the showrunner. And he's just there as himself. Apparently, they've done work in the past, like I think in the previous show before Nathan for You, H. John Benjamin was a part of it as well. But he just does this plain old voice while talking, and the only difference is that he laughs more than he does than as like Archer or Bob. That's it. He sounds exactly the same.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah.
It's just that's what the man sounds like. That's it.
Mm-hmm. It's like when Billy West shows up in something. If he's not doing like a voice, he sounds like Fry.
Yeah.
And that's correct.
him.
Yeah. Or Doug, if you want to go back further.
Oh, that's right.
Man.
If you remember Nickelodeon's Doug, or ABC's Doug later.
Yeah.
I remember Doug, the first movie. Where they met like a fucking salamander monster.
Yes, one does.
Oh, yeah. That sounds so familiar. I know I didn't watch the movie, but I think they may have set that up in an episode of the TV show where like him and Roger hunting a thing in a swamp or something.
Maybe.
Well, we're all about to have a few days off of whatever. If you want to catch up on old shows or movies, now's the time.
I just subscribed to Dropout TV. I'm gonna be watching that instead of Nickelodeon's Doug.
Fair.
There you go. I need to catch up on Dimension 20.
I got it specifically for Game Changer. I've watched too many clips to be like, no,
Oh.
this is worth it.
Please tell me how it is. I've been meaning to watch more.
Oh, they got a couple free episodes on YouTube.
They do.
So if you want to give it a shot.
I would love to. Every clip I look at makes it look like so much fun.
Have you seen the clip of the guy going on a rant about the game where he cannot win?
Yes. Yes.
He's
And
a
that
dungeon master in Dimension 20.
Oh yeah,
Their
he's
show.
very well known.
Why am I blanking out? Why am I blanking
Brandon
out?
Lee Malkin.
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
He was a part of, if I remember correctly, he was a part of, what's it called? What's it called? The drawing show that was previously in College Humor, but they went independent on YouTube.
Drawfee.
Oh.
Drawfee, yes, he was a part of early Drawfee.
That makes sense.
He shows up for the occasional guest star, but I
'Cause I
believe
know-
that he was previously the head of that.
Because I know Dropout is just like what College Humor turned into.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're actually genuinely flourishing since.
Which is good.
Whatever was going on with College Humor prior, it seems like it was stifling a lot of them, to be honest.
You know what killed College Humor? Facebook.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It was the advertising.
Yeah.
Like, it was like they were like, oh, you're getting so many views from ads on Facebook. We got to advertise on Facebook. And then it turns out Facebook was cooking the books. So it was all money wasted. And so many
That's also
places
how
would just like.
BuzzFeed went down too.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, that's not something that anyone was upset about. Let's be real.
But also College Humor and what's the other one? Something and Die.
Funny or Die.
Yeah, Funny or Die.
Funny or Die had some incidents later in its life that were partially responsible for it shutting down.
Oh, I have no doubts, but I'm just more.
Yeah, Facebook was absolutely the catalyst for a lot of downfalls, purely by just lying, a lot.
That does sound right.
Yeah.
Like, the name Funny or Die just makes me think of, like, a bygone era of the internet, like Web 1.0.
Yeah. When
You know,
when
the-
YouTube was new and it was going to be, like, a comedy-specific competitor.
Yeah. Like, it feels like the name of something that would have been around when you had to, like, be... When the penalty for clicking on the wrong link wasn't, Rickroll. It was,
More.
worse things.
Yeah.
Oh,
Put
you,
it that way.
like a party featuring a lot of citrus.
Yes, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that is a vibe appropriate way of phrasing that.
Yeah, or goats from Christmas Island.
Uh-huh.
Or a certain artificially colored breakfast pastry.
Or two gals having a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
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 Basically anything from Wang's videos, one of those.
Yes.
Yeah. It just, the name feels like something from that era.
And it kind of was. It was trying to avoid that sort of attention because it also came after E-Bomb's World, where a lot of these things kind of got collected to.
Oh yeah.
And they wanted to be distinct from YouTube, but also I think one of their problems was that when they first started their own website, they were trying to be loosely advertiser friendly in the days where that was a very early thing. I don't think they made much progress that way, but it felt lame quickly.
It's the problem with a lot of online video ventures that you just see, because you could say the same thing about like Channel Awesome and Rooster Teeth.
I think Funny or Die suffered a very unique fate, given that they started with a surprising number of celebrity appearances. Like, Will Ferrell, from what I remember, I could be wrong, was very heavily involved in the earliest days of Funny or Die. He was in a lot of planned skits. and
Oh.
talked about the website a lot. There were a few others, but like that was a thing that was bizarre about it. It had some meat to it, but it was the wrong kind of meat, if you know what I mean. If that doesn't make any sense, it doesn't matter. It's dead anyway.
No, yeah, I get that.
It makes
if you
sense.
wanted,
I just didn't hit a lot of this part of the internet when it was up and coming.
yeah, it wasn't good, and it didn't last for a reason. But if you ever wanted to find a quote-unquote comedy skit where Santa murders a whole lot of people, and that's the punchline, you'd find it on Funny or Die.
Yeah. Now all these video production people are just stay behind the scenes and just let the brand speak for themselves.
Yeah, I think the period of channel aggregators and content ethical, in heavy quotes, content farms are dead. There are deeply unethical ones, and BuzzFeed was not great, but it was at least not literal slavery. That's
Like,
debatable, but...
Like, Rhett and Link formed the company that produces their Mythical Morning stuff, but now they also own Smosh.
Oh, that's true. And they are still trucking exactly the way they did back then.
It's true.
Yeah, but now they have their side improv, like, content, which I think a lot of people like a lot more than their skits.
Yes. And that's fair. But it's honestly, it's pretty amazing to see them keep going. And,
yeah.
God, keeping loosely in the vibe. I'm vaguely remembering a lot of their early Christmas skits, because they did a lot of those when they were more heavily religious than they are now.
Actually,
Those
speaking
were
of that,
very,
you know,
very sharp
have you
part of
have
my
you listened
childhood.
to any of Rhett put out a Christmas, not a Christmas, a country album recently?
Oh, I didn't know.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they are Carolina boys.
Yeah.
Yeah. The big song that like was his first video that he did for it, is specifically about him leaving the church.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was something that he talked about quite a few times. I'm not
Yeah.
surprised that it was brought into a song. They did start out as musicians, if you remember.
Yeah. Oh,
I
they
was
were doing like
sad.
commercial jingles.
I was sad when they started pivoting their content towards because I really enjoyed the skits and those things.
Do you remember the Alka-Seltzer tour that they did?
Oh. I will tell you what I did get. I got their shoe.
What?
They had a shoe.
Like one?
No, like they worked. Okay, so there was a shoe company called Tweak, and they
Oh.
worked with YouTubers to make shoes that
Okay.
were weird and like had like goofy features.
This makes a lot more sense than what I had in mind.
Like it. Okay, here it is. I found the shoe itself. They don't make them anymore because the company no longer exists.
Didn't they get bought up by like Maker or something, and then that folded?
I think that might be what happened. But trying to get a. Are you the good picture? No, you're a bad picture. I want a good picture.
I'm not surprised that Rhett and Link made a shoe. Let's be real.
It's true.
No, the weird thing is the stuff that they had on it. So the shoes had stitched in wings.
That's on brand.
And on the back of the shoe, there was a plastic window that you could put like little things behind, like pieces of paper, to customize your shoe.
Oh, that's interesting.
A little flap, so if you didn't want to show it, you could just flip it over.
They gave you a little window to customize your shoe, and then they gave you blinds in case you didn't want people to see that.
Yes.
Yeah,
And here's
it's
the
not
thing.
the worst idea for a shoe I've heard.
What I did was I had one open, one closed.
Oh, you were...
You only get to see one of my windows.
You're stylish and asymmetrical.
And on the inside of the right-hand shoe, I think, there was a little pocket for guitar picks.
Oh, that's very clever.
I
had no
loved
idea
those
they did that.
shoes.
I got into them when they did their big tour around the country, seeing various odd sights. I think the plan was to go to every state in America and write a song about it in some form or fashion, and it was sponsored by Alka-Seltzer, which was very bizarre.
Strange sponsorship.
Yeah. I remember that they went like really, really viral for the time when they made a song about cheese. I'll see if I can find it again after stream. It's interesting. It's animated in a very peculiar way. But I followed them after that, and then they went into Good Mythical Morning as like their main thing, and I fell off after that point. But there's as an old YouTube hat, not producing but participating as a viewer, there's something very heartwarming to see them continue doing what they're doing and doing so successfully.
Yeah.
Because those guys haven't done anything bad that I'm aware of ever. And that's rare, especially to be on YouTube this long and to not have some sort of situation.
Yeah, like, honestly, the fact that they actually had the nerve to stand up and leave, a homophobic church.
Yeah.
Means I'm like, okay, you guys are actually awesome then.
Yeah.
So many people, so many Chris Bratts would not, do the same.
Mm-hmm. We'll not get too deep into him.
Yeah.
But, they're I don't know, there's something heartwarming about those boys. They're not boys, they're men. They're much
men.
older men now.
They're men that keep the spirit of boys being boys alive.
It's true. They're boys at heart.
I enjoy some of their stuff. Like, I'll still watch their episodes where they have to like guess countries in the world with the dartboard. Those are always super fun.
I'll admit that I really haven't watched them much. I'll see a clip every so often, but I haven't watched them much since then. But I'm never in a bad mood when I leave their channel.
Yeah. Like, I've fallen off the regular watching myself, but like I used to watch their stuff every day.
They made it easy.
Yeah. Then there was one season where they did like 4 episodes a day, but the episodes were each like 5 minutes long, and that a lot of people stopped watching after that. So they were like, we're going back to the old format. Next season, regular stuff.
I do remember that. Yeah, that was a rough time. That was a rough time to be a fan.
I'm like, 5 minutes is long enough to just start to get into something, and then you kill the bit and go on to the next episode.
Pretty much.
Not good for anybody.
No.
But the fact that they listened to the feedback and they went right back to what they were doing before,
And carried on for so much longer after that, too.
Yeah. Like, I think part of it is it's the charm, like what you get with the Game Grumps, where it's just like a couple of dudes who know each other super well and will just sit and chat while they do whatever.
Yeah.
But they also expand into interesting things like the kitchen stuff.
True.
I haven't seen their kitchen stuff.
Well, they aren't the main focus of it. They got a dude to do like certain things on the mythical show, and he was just so popular, so they just was like, here you go, have a cooking show.
Yeah, the guy can like it started out from things where they'd be like, oh well, can we make food out of this? Can we make food out of that? Can you take this and make it into sushi? And so they had like an actual guy who knew how to cook things, and sometimes they give them challenges like make the most expensive, Big Mac you can think of. And he would do it with things other than just like, I added gold leaf. He'd actually buy very expensive ingredients and make things whole cloth.
That's fair. Sounds like a good time all around. I haven't kept up, but that doesn't sound bad.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously doing something right.
Yeah, they're still trucking, and now they own Smosh, so. Alright.
Yeah. Well, Smosh was going to go under, and they just kind of came in and helped them.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's different now. it's not the same thing anymore, and I think when that happens, you kind of need new management and new support.
I will admit I know nothing of Smosh.
It's not what it used to be, and what it is now, I am too old for.
Yeah. I like their improv game stuff.
It's been so long since I've like seen them that I don't know what to expect anymore.
Yeah. You know what I've been watching that's actually really good?
No?
Puppet History.
Oh yeah, that's a big one
Oh,
lately.
I've been really into that.
I've heard good things.
And don't spoil the ending, but it's really good.
I'm on the episode of The Golden Stool.
Oh.
Which is
I've seen that one. I haven't watched them in order yet, but I'm starting to now.
I haven't watched much of any of it myself yet, but I will someday.
Yeah.
Someday. I'll make
Someday.
them. I'll make Leshy watch it.
See, I watch pretty much the only thing I watch is YouTube stuff because it's just quicker, faster, and easier. And if I get bored, I just watch something else.
That's fair.
No, same.
So, I wouldn't say I watch a lot of Scrimblows, but like I don't watch the multi-million-dollar people. You know, the multi-million subs.
Yeah.
But like Stevie 11, he's fun.
No idea.
He's a video
Never
game
heard of
guy.
it.
He's a video game reviewer guy. But his focus is boomer shooters.
Ah, I can
So
see
Quake,
where your
Doom,
interest falls in line.
But also he has like that early 2010s reviewer storyline thing, but it's all bullshit.
Of course.
It's just a joke. And he's like in a prison underneath Nevada, and he has 2 robots that torture him. But it's all gags.
No, so it's Mystery Science Theater.
Yeah. It's Mystery Science Theater, but they're allowed to say fuck.
Oh. So the Netflix Mystery Science Theater.
There you go.
You know, they knew they weren't getting kids with that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, everyone that's a fan of them is a parent now, so. Either
They go
of
from
children
watching-
or
they
of
go-
pets.
They go from watching Bluey to that.
Yeah, directly, actually. The Venn diagram is enormous. Alright, well, I hate to harsh the vibe, but we've got just a few more minutes before we settle in here. Is there anything else y'all would like to share before we close out open call?
I don't think I've got anything.
I'm gonna go downstairs and start making cookie dough for my family tradition of making cookies and decorating them until New Year's.
Fair enough. Here's a question for those sticking around. What do you hope to have done by Christmas? Are there any accomplishments that you'd like to do before New Year's?
Finish editing this goddamn video I've been working on for a fucking month.
Yeah, that's a familiar feeling.
Actually go through my files and organize them.
We don't do that here.
Yeah.
I honestly have no goals right now.
Make a rhubarb and strawberry pie.
Making would be difficult.
What is rhubarb?
Rhubarb is like if
It's a-
celery was tart.
If celery was tart and a little more flavorful.
Yeah, it's juicy. It's like a stalk that grows up out of the ground.
It's almost like a raspberry in flavor, but it's like
Yeah.
really meaty like celery would be.
Yeah, it
I
pairs
don't
very
know.
well with strawberry.
Why comparing celery as meaty?
I don't know. Celery is like
It's
if you
it's
just
got
chew
that
on it,
celery
it's like-
crunch.
Yeah, it's a crunch at first, but then it gets like meaty and chewy and stringy.
It's substantial.
Yeah.
It's got texture. It's got mouthfeel.
Yeah, there you go.
Think about if it had like the consistency of a good strawberry inside.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking of like what would happen if you used rhubarb in like a mirepoix.
Maybe.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that's something I don't know what it is.
Do I need to explain mirepoix?
Why not?
Yes.
Mirepoix is a French technique. It's basically onion, carrot, celery. You chop them up and you put them in every dish. It's just a way to add aroma and flavor.
Ah.
See, I knew what it was, but I didn't know how to explain it as elegantly.
Yeah.
I don't think rhubarb works as an aromatic.
And then there's a version in Louisiana, New Orleans, because of the French people fucking there. Well, they didn't have, what was it? I don't think they had carrots, so they used onions, pepper, and celery.
Oh, you know what?
Something
That
like
makes
that, yeah.
sense. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, hey, Lushy.
Yes.
Lushy, I know something you gotta do by the new year.
What's that?
You gotta fedicate the dog.
I can do that. Yes. Are there any actual Christmassy things that would like
This
to
is
be
me telling
shared?
you he's an hour late.
Yeah, I got it.
Called out in front of the world and everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just calling Lushy out and needing to take a break.
Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'm gonna go ahead and
Kick us out.
close out the open call. So we'll have the last portion of the stream enjoying the fireplace for itself.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
So long. Farewell. Vida Zane. Goodbye.
Thank you all for joining me in chat. And we will we'll return to the fire. Alright, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I hope everyone had yourselves a good day, kept warm, kept cozy. We're on our final 5 minutes here with the fire, and I ask that all of you take good care of yourselves tonight. Have a good holiday, do whatever you can to make sure that you're taking as good of care of yourself as you can. If the mood strikes, feel free to donate to their charity, St. Jude's Children's Hospital, researching childhood diseases, pathogens, and cancers. Save tomorrow's kids a whole lot more trouble than they need. As we wind down, I don't think we'll be raiding into anyone. Like the last cinders of the fire, I'll let y'all scatter as you please. But I hope that you all have a good night's rest, take good care of yourselves, have something nice to eat if you can. Treat others with kindness, as I know that you will. But most importantly, always take care of yourself.